The following podcast contains naughty language and ridiculous situations. Listener discretion is advised.
You know, today is Dario Argento's 76th birthday. And what better way to celebrate the Italian Hitchcock's birthday than to watch someone else's movie for this week? Welcome to Trick or Treat Radio.
Zombies. You're listening to Trick or Treat Radio, starring the Deadites.
Welcome to episode 215 of Trick or Treat Radio. Trick or Treat Radio is a phantasmagorical spin kick straight through the heart of pop culture, navigated by the Deadites. The Deadites are the world's greatest electroshock band. We destroy monsters, we drink booze, we win championship belts, and we also watch Nicolas Winding Refn films.
We do.
Yes. Yeah. I thought you were going somewhere else with that intro, because I thought there was a lot of influences from the birthday boy in the film.
Oh, yes, but we'll talk about that when the time comes.
Of course.
What I didn't notice, and this is not a spoiler, but what I didn't notice is that it's also Wang Wang's birthday today, and I did not see
That is a spoiler. Shh.
And I did not. I don't recall seeing any influence from him in this movie.
Well, you have to look a little deeper than that.
I'll give it my best shot.
Subtext, dude.
Subtext, yeah. Wang Wang subtext. All right, so on tonight's show, I'm going to get to this right away. Dynamo's picking his teeth on camera. That's always lovely.
He's looking good tonight, man.
He is looking
Good
good.
shop,
You
dude.
just got to get rid of that beard.
Yeah.
My beard's good. I put the iced coffee down.
Castle Greybeard.
What's the matter with my beard?
That makes you look old.
My beard's fine.
My beard's good.
Am I on?
I look like the principal in the Smoking in the Boys Room. Wow.
You look like Michael Berryman?
Yes.
Oh, man.
All right, so on tonight's show, let me get this out of the way real quick, since we typically have an issue getting to the details and the facts. Tonight, we are going to review Nicolas Winding Refn's The Neon Demon. This is a film we've been very, very excited about. If you go back and listen to earlier shows, you'll hear that it was one of our most anticipated films of the year. So we're going to be talking about that around, if you're watching live, around 10 p.m., around that hour. If you are listening to the podcast, then it'll be about the 40-minute mark or so, right around there. And also, right after that, we are going to have a little bit of a discussion about Baskin, one of our favorite films from this year so far. And the reason why is because we're teaming up with OddNMacabre Sean, who is an amazing artist, and he rallies the horror fans of Twitter. And I gotta applaud that. I think what he's doing is pretty awesome. So tonight we're teaming up with Sean. He is doing his Weird Wednesday. So if you guys want to follow along, this is only for live folks. I'm sorry for people in the podcast. This would have already happened. But anyone live that's watching the show and wants to play along at home, at 10 p.m., Sean is going to be starting Baskin, which is available on Netflix. So you start it right at 10, and what you do is you just join in the conversation on Twitter. You use the hashtag Weird Wednesday. And then you'll see all the discussion about Baskin, and then immediately after the film ends, so it's going to be around 11:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sean's going to come on the air and join us. We're going to talk a little bit about Baskin. We're going to talk about his events, these the tweet and watch events that he does, and then we're also going to talk about his art, because he also did a poster for an upcoming horror film called Death House, which I know, MZ, you're looking forward to, right?
Yeah, it's making the rounds. It's hitting some festivals and hitting a few cons here and there. And
trailer just hit too.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited. I can't wait for this one.
Yeah, so Sean did a poster for it. Really, really cool stuff, and he's a fantastic artist. And we're going to talk to him, and around 11:35 if you're watching live. If you're not watching live, that's going to be about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. So trying to set the scene for everyone. Not that we want you skipping around. But, as we know, there are a lot of other podcasts out there, as we found out last week. And there's a lot of good listening options. And, hopefully you do explore some of them, but hopefully you explore the entirety of our show.
This is Johnny's way of saying that we did a really bad show last week.
No, I'm not.
Really bad.
I actually think that last week's was pretty good. There was more comments about last week's show than there was about the last several shows.
Huh.
Mostly because you guys getting into a little fight, and then Mars freaking out on Helen.
Oh, yeah, Helen.
There was a lot of
We got some bones to pick with her.
a lot of heat about that too. So it was people dug it, but that's what's up.
Did that upset people?
No, I think people loved it. So that's what's going on for tonight. We also got gifts.
Yeah.
Right before the show went on the air, gifts were brought to us, and we're going to open them up on air. We each have an envelope, and we also are going to have a guest in studio, but our guest is running a little late. So our guest will be joining us shortly, and then you'll find out when the guest arrives. Don't want to spill the beans.
You'll fucking know it.
Oh yeah, you fucking know it.
Yeah.
You fucking know it, Raven Shadow.
Fucking know it, y'all. We'll know it. They'll know it. Very
So
exciting.
that's what's going on for tonight. Wanted to set the scene very early on, let you know what's going on. I'm very excited to talk about this movie. I'm very excited to talk about Baskin and to talk to Sean. And we also have a surprise voicemail. I'm gonna keep it from you guys until we play it.
It's not Helen, is it?
No. It's from someone awesome that we've never heard from before. So.
Wow.
So some exciting stuff going on tonight. Let me go around the room. Let me start to introduce everyone first, okay? Now, as we all know, by the way, Mars is watching the end of the movie right now. That's why he's not tuned into the episode just yet. He had to watch the last couple
I
minutes.
got sick.
He got sick. So
Not this sick, though.
it's funny because I get it. So as we say, Raven Shadow, every episode could be somebody's first.
That's right. So that's why we should introduce everybody.
Yes, exactly.
That's why we got to let them know.
So I am Johnny Wolfenstein. I am the pencil pusher and producer of media for Trick or Treat Radio, the Deadites, and the Grand Guignol Network. We also have, yes, Dynamo.
Do me last.
Whoa!
Do me next. Do me next.
Which is never said in a gangbang usually.
At least an all-male gangbang, anyway.
Fair.
All right. We also have the vulgar guru of horror, the star of Blood Pigs and Fetus, one-time contributor for Horror Hound magazine. He was also referred to as Lips McGinty last week, Monster Zero.
Is that true?
That is true. I forget who said it. Oh, yeah, it was you.
Yeah, it was.
Yep. And let's see, what was it? Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I took my apparently hairless body to That's Entertainment, and I feel bad. I don't know the guy's name.
It was Nate. You talking to Nate?
Nate.
Yeah.
I was talking to Nate over there, and he was talking to me about how you talk about my hairless body at That's Entertainment all the time.
All the time.
Dude, don't do that.
Why? I'm completely fascinated. People are fascinated. Nate was fascinated.
I'm disturbed.
So am I. You have no hair. You're old man. Don't get me wrong.
Come on. I got hair on my body. What do you think I am? Powder or something? I mean, come on.
All his hair is gathered in his butthole.
And his ears.
No, people like that.
Yeah.
Get some listening.
Oh, our guest is here.
Bamboleo.
Someone who I am going to guarantee is much more hairless than I am.
Just slow it down. Slow it down.
Jesus Christ.
It was just this guy.
And we are now, we'll let her get her headphones on and everything, but we are now joined by the talented and awesome Jenny Isme.
Hey.
Hey, Jenny, how's it going?
Doing pretty good. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? I heard something about hairy buttholes. What?
Hey, Raven Shadow, do you want to point the mic towards her?
Yeah. Give Raven Shadow instructions on how to use a microphone. Very good.
Well, I figured if I tell him, it'll sink in a little bit more.
Yeah.
You've been telling him for the past 4 years.
And Monster Zero is mad that I talk about how hairless he is at the shop. But but I find it completely
Everyone
fascinating.
knows this.
Yeah.
Like a greased baby seal.
Oh, guess what Monday's conversation is going to be? No, I won't talk about it anymore. I promise.
Well, actually, come this weekend, I'm going to be even more hairless because I'm shaving off my goatee.
Oh, good. I thought you said I thought you were going to say you're getting rid of your hair.
No, I'm shaving off the goatee just
For the movie?
for the movie that I'm filming. Yes.
Ah, someone in this room is going to kill you.
Yes. But who?
Let's not talk about it
Who?
anymore. Yeah,
Who?
because we need to have some. Don't want to spoil everything.
Yeah.
So we have a bunch of people in the chat room. We got Slagoth, we got Lance Beefpile, Oily Maniac, Derek Rook,
Oh, shit.
and probably some other people who haven't said anything yet. But Jenny is here. Jenny, how have you been?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging in there.
Awesome.
I was late because I went to the movies. I'm sorry.
Well, that's an acceptable reason. What did you see?
I just saw the Never-Ending Story.
Oh man, I'm so jealous.
It was so good. They did like a little. It was gonna be perfect timing. It started at 7. I was like, okay, excellent. We're gonna
Yeah,
get this
yeah.
all in. And then they had this really cool documentary beforehand with all the behind-the-scenes stuff. So I was like, screw those guys.
Well, that is a completely legitimate reason.
Yeah, that's the 35 millimeter
Yeah.
release that they're doing, right?
Yeah, it was gorgeous. It was amazing.
I'm super jealous because I wanted to see it.
Oh,
It
wow.
played Sunday and then today, obviously, and I couldn't do it Sunday, and obviously I couldn't do it today. So
They're doing a bunch of crazy re-releases. They're doing
Yeah.
Labyrinth in a couple weeks. They're doing The Shining.
don't tell
A
Mars.
couple other things are coming up.
I got to
I'll be in all of
see.
them.
I saw Labyrinth and Dark Crystal last year at the Brattle, back to back,
Nice.
double
Nice.
feature, 35 millimeters, pretty awesome.
Love Dark Crystal.
What is Mars? What are you doing? He's got his headphones in. He can't even hear us. His other headphones,
He's doing the robot.
not very well.
It's a broken robot.
It's more like he's shellacking his surfboard.
Wax on or wax off.
The sex wax.
Mars, look who's here. It's your boss.
I don't make fun of the way you dance.
Because I don't dance.
No, dude, I've seen you dance, and it is rather comical.
Who,
Hi,
me?
Jenny.
Yeah, you.
Hey,
When have you
How you
seen me
doing?
dance?
I'm doing all right.
When Teal hits the stage. When Teal's on stage, you're there front row
Oh, of
center.
course I'm dancing,
and
yeah.
you're there.
But who doesn't
moving
dance
around
when
and-
Teal's on
Yeah.
stage?
No, I
That's
understand.
fair.
No, that's perfectly understandable. What's funny is
Not because I
watching
don't want
him
to, because
dance.
I'm in like 25 minutes of makeup.
It's kind of funny.
Just to make me look like a human person.
as opposed to a.
What I am now.
Oh.
So,
What did you
Mars-
see? I heard somebody say 35 millimeter. I missed the whole thing.
I went to see Never-Ending Story. It was
Oh,
awesome.
that's a good one.
Well, let's not rehash for you because the listeners already know.
Yeah, check it out on Friday. Hey!
I see your middle finger up.
That was for him.
All right, so let's finish these intros.
Thank you.
We also have the chain smoking, hand kissing, baby shaking, lorazepam loving, comic book reading nerd, and the official smoke machine for Castle Wolfenstein, Michael Ravenshadow.
That's right, Johnny. And for those that remember and those that forget, I have the Joker's smile with James Dean style. Bambaleo. That's for the new listener.
The
What?
new listener.
That's for the new listener.
We
out
do
there.
have a new listener.
See, that's for
actually.
you, bro.
That's
oh,
for-
what do you?
Well, let me
For
tell
everybody
you.
who doesn't know any better yet?
Sis.
Yeah.
Alright.
What can we call it? What's like the bro
It's
equivalent
sis.
to girls?
It's Mark
Babe,
Eagleton.
chick?
Mark is a first-time viewer.
Nice.
Hey,
Mark,
Mark.
thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks for tuning in,
Mark.
buddy.
First time live listener, anyway.
Well,
First time admitted listener.
so Oily Maniac just linked us and said, good news for Raven Shadow. Clicking on this link, it says, scientists reverse alcohol dependence in animal models.
They have animal models?
Yeah, what does that mean?
New approach specifically targets alcohol-linked neurons.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I don't. Jenny, what does that mean? I mean, is that a good thing? Is that?
They talk about the devil in the DC universe.
I was just fucking thinking about the devil
Yeah.
from the Underworld Unleashed crossover. See? I'm sorry, Jenny.
I never kissed a girl.
Yeah. I was thinking about Neuron too, or the neutrinos from the Turtles. Remember them? They were weird. They were like.
You're just hanging yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
I love just shutting up when you're talking.
Who's next, Johnny?
Oh, shit. Oily says the test was done on rats. He's gonna
slow it down.
I gotta ask, why don't you like that? You like have Like, you really don't like that.
I don't. And I just don't get it.
Was it a sore spot? Did someone,
No, I just don't.
were you called a rat when you were a kid?
No, you can say it all the time. It doesn't make me any want to kill you less. I just don't understand. I've never seen the movie. I don't get it.
But
You got bit by a mouse.
No, by a mouse.
So you turned into a rat.
No, I didn't. I'm a dude. It didn't really happen. Like, I don't get the punchline. I don't get it. And
Let's ask him to explain it.
No, I don't want to hear it because there's something about the way he says it makes you fucking out of my fucking mind. And I got 3 or 4 things that I have a hard time with, and that's one of the 3 or 4 things.
You want this pillow?
Yeah. It'd have been a fucking different result last fucking week, my friend, had it gone the other way. But no, it hurt my feelings, and don't hurt my feelings. Why you gotta do that?
Oh shit! Raven J is hanging out again.
Oh, cool.
What's
Raven
up,
J.
Raven? I was just actually listening to Retro on the way over here.
I'm upset
So-
about retro.
Why, you couldn't find it?
It's not on Stitcher.
You look
Or I
for
can't spell it.
You look for Retro 3.
I tried all the different ways that I
Okay.
knew how to spell. So
All right.
none ways.
None more ways.
Yeah, I have no more ways that I can think of how to spell it to make it work. I dig on the hair. This is me.
Thank you. I'm going for a ginger thing.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
trying to
we've
catch
wa-
me a Spider-Man.
We've already talked about how I disapprove of that in private, and I'll now say publicly that you ought to do that. It's hard to talk comic panels. Jenny should get a prize because she's one of the few people other than Tiny White in the past 20 years who have been collaborating with me artistically, and it's probably not very fun.
It's excellent. I
Yeah.
love it.
So I'm learning things like apparently like I'm old and my references are old.
Well, you get that on Film for Thought.
Yeah, well, at one point she upped as a point of view, she upped one of my references to modernized it to the point where it was a Little House on the Prairie's reference. It made it more modern, so I guess I'm fucked. Apparently cotton gin jokes don't play and nobody appreciates George Washington Carver or Eli Whitney.
My favorite is your imitation teen girl texting. That's when you write a teen girl's text, they are a piece of art.
Well, I'll tell you this. There are few things.
Wait, did a teen girl talk about cotton gin?
No.
Okay, good.
There are few things that I am that I have more intimate knowledge than teen girl texts because I have to decipher them weekly. Like I look at them all. Are you coming to work? Are you coming to work? I don't even know what this picture is. It looks like a dinosaur.
Never seen somebody spell restraining order with an 8 before.
No.
I missed you, Jenny.
It's good to be back.
Who's next, Johnny?
Who's next? Didn't we do everyone?
I think. Did you?
No,
I
I'm
wasn't
just kidding.
listening.
You're next. That's why.
Oh.
I was
Hi,
gonna see if
everybody.
you remembered. We also have the immortal gunslinger, singer, lyricist for the Deadites, and one of the co-hosts of the Elm Street Kids movie club, Dynamo Mars.
Don't listen to this week's Elm Street Kids.
The one that dropped today.
Yeah,
no?
don't do listen
No?
to that one.
The first hour and 40
First
minutes.
5.5 hours is good. I had a Frazetta-like interaction with a snake in my house last week.
Ooh.
Did you carve it up with a sword?
Were you in a bikini,
Yeah.
like laying on steps?
No. So I'm sitting there, right? And I'm eating my Fruity Pebbles. And I'm on the floor and I'm watching the Cruiserweight Classic.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Were you playing with your pigtails
No.
too?
And I grabbed the bowl and I poured the cereal. And I put the cereal down. I looked over.
Were they bootios?
And it was Fruity Pebbles. And there was a black snake on my floor.
A moan, black
Right.
snake moan.
So I don't want to talk about. We can't talk about that anymore. So I went and I grabbed the milk, and I poured it in the cereal, and I took a bite, and I said, I think I just saw a snake in my kitchen.
I saw a snake,
Yeah.
man.
So I looked, and it was like a garter snake. That's how you say it, right?
Garter, yeah.
Yeah.
Garter snake.
But I have this thing, and I've talked about it for years with Tiny, and he mostly agrees with me. It's the appropriate size that an indigenous animal should be before I feel uncomfortable. Like, for instance, the elm park raccoon.
Right.
That thing looks like a fucking wildebeest. So I am uncomfortable when I interacted with the elm park raccoon. So I looked, and it looked to be normal. Like, I thought it was about this size, right? I'm doing maybe
It's about 8 inches.
yeah, about 8 inches, right? And so I'm like, that's not bad. And then I stood up, and when I stood up, more came from out from under the couch.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
So it
more
was
snakes or is
more
longer?
snake? Yeah,
more
exactly.
snake. So it was its whole snakeness was about this.
Ooh.
Oh heaven.
Jesus.
So the longer.
I'm like, that's not the way. I was like talking to him. I'm like, that's not the size you're supposed to be. Like, I've seen plenty of you in the yard, and that's not the size you're supposed to be. So I went and got my Conan chainmail loincloth on.
Did you?
and
Was
fought
it approved by Chromcast?
And I don't know. I know that I am 99.9% positive that I didn't kill it.
Well, that he's had a lot of time to build up strength by just sleeping under your bed.
Yeah, I like it at all.
He's had a while.
So don't think that like in the morning when I reach for my fake chemical thyroid that I have to take at 5 in the morning and don't turn the lights on. I don't think of that every fucking day. But like, yeah, I got a big freestanding candle holder thing that we had and pinned it down so it wouldn't run away, and then grabbed it by the head and threw it in the yard. But it was not good. And then I ate my Fruity Pebbles and thought about how stupid Jakey Poo is because he didn't like Zack Sabre. And then got pissed that Grand Metalik beat Akira Tozawa. Sorry, spoiler alert if you're not that far in the Cruiserweight Classic, people, but I'm pissed. Grand Metalik. The fuck's that guy?
He's all right.
Yeah, he's fine. He's no fucking Akira Tozawa.
No.
The best. But, yeah, I was really hoping to get the Nightmare Fucking Machines up in the WWF, but I guess that's not going to ever happen, which is the team of Akira Tozawa and Kevin Steen. And also, an Asian woman on the phone today who I owe their office $35 said, and I quote, "Your cancer, not our problem."
What?
Yeah.
Who is it? What she
I
called?
I go, "I need a prescription filled." And she goes, "First of all, you have to have another test." And I say, "I don't need that test because they found out the reason that I was having trouble swallowing my food." Keep in mind, I knew my crowd, so I said food. It was because I had a giant fucking tumor. I no longer need you to keep sticking cameras down my throat to figure out what's wrong, because I know what's wrong. And by the way, how many times do you have to fucking go down there to realize that there's a bump on the other side of my fucking throat because I have a tumor? And she goes, well, if you will not come in, we will not fill your prescription. I go, "Can I just come in and be seen?" "No, because you owe $35.
Okay.
I go, "Well, I'm kind of broke. Why don't we set up the appointment now? And I'll come in. I'll give you $35, or I'll do it over 2 times."
Mm-hmm.
No. I'm like, "Well, the reason I didn't pay you was, first of all, you set me up for something that cost my insurance $1,700, and I still had to pay you $600, which in my book is unreasonable. And then we did it twice, so I'm still paying for this, and I don't want any more medical bills. So can I just be seen and give you $35? But the reason I didn't pay you at the end of the day is that maybe you missed it all these other times and I suddenly dropped it, but I had cancer and I was out of work for 9 months and I fell behind on my bills. Your cancer, not our problem."
My God.
Wow.
And here's what's funny about it, and you can ask my special lady friend, because I will admit my inherent racism.
Okay.
My impersonation of her is 100% more, you understand it 100% better. I never know what this fucking lady is trying to tell me. So I literally got so mad today that I almost threw out the console in my car. Like the passenger side, like the airbag, the whole thing right out of the car. I was furious. I would have killed that lady. Like, so between her and the snake, it's been a bad fucking couple of weeks for me.
I guess so.
Yeah.
She's actually in cahoots with the snake
She
the whole
could be.
time.
Yeah.
She sent him.
She is the snake.
Yeah.
Is the completely fucking stymieing person who spoke perfect English, no exaggeration, perfect English at the store today. I even used your name, right? I used your name at one point. I go, "Hey, can I get $10 cash back?" And he goes, "You can get $1 cash back, or you can get $100 cash back." And I'm like, "But it says here the first option is $20. I don't need $20. I owe my buddy Johnny $10, and I'd like to get it. So how do I get $10?
Mars,
That's how it is.
That was from
The
Oily.
Conan
Yeah.
chainmail.
Yeah.
And he
Oily
goes-
posted a photo.
and he goes,
of Arnold killing
3
the snake.
times we had this interaction before I gave up. Like, you can have $1.
I got $5 and I
Yeah.
got $10.
Yeah.
I get time for change.
Yeah.
Wait, could you do it 10 times though?
No, I didn't.
10 times.
I didn't do it any times. He's like, you just have to press how much you want. And I'm like, but there's not a $1 or $5 or $2 option. It starts at $20 and there's not an other and there's not a place to put it. And he's like, you can have $1 or $100, whatever you want. So finally I was like, you know what? Just give me my beef jerky. I'm leaving.
I think it's time for you to find a new financial advisor.
I think that, like, honestly, I think I would know who that is, but I feel like you're sick of jobs with me.
That one I'm no good for. I am not the person to talk to on that.
So, real quick, catch up in the chat room here. We also have Agent Nicole is hanging out.
What's up, Agent Nicole?
Hey.
Derek Rook says, MZ is powder, my next Photoshop masterpiece. Lance Beefpile is hanging out. We got Mark Sheets from the Punch Farm podcast.
That's my
hanging out.
boy. That's my
Hey.
buddy.
He says, Bombaleo.
Bamboleo.
I got some stuff in cahoots with Sheetsy. It's going to be a good year.
And Raven left a link for you, Dynamo.
Yeah. Is it how to kill a snake?
No, it's
Or an Asian receptionist?
It's a link to their podcast. I don't know. Maybe Raven could let us know if it's on Stitcher because it's just it's a link to Podbean.
Yeah. I don't have my hands all day. That's why I love Stitcher so much. It just fucking plays.
And he asks, do you guys know of the female wrestler Ariel, not the Shelly Martinez vampire character?
Yes.
Mars does know her. I know her too, but
She's the Greek girl, right? Or am I thinking of someone else?
well, obviously the Shelly Martinez one was the one that was in ECW, right? The WWE bastardized ECW.
Right.
With
But
Kevin
I mean,
Thorne.
but I'm thinking of she worked some of these local indies. I think she was.
Yeah.
She's a Greek girl. I think she was on some. I think she fought. I think on a local show, Mike fed her to Madison Eagles.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember Ariel Martinez, I believe. Was that her name or something like that?
I don't think she had a Spanish name. I think that she was just Ariel,
Okay.
like Madonna. Or
I
Prince.
might be mixing up, yeah. But I do remember seeing her at a Chicago show.
I think she's really, really good.
Lance Beefpile also says, Florida wildlife is not for Dynamo. I accidentally stepped on a spider in my bare feet the other night, and it was the size of a silver dollar.
That's not good. My friend,
No thanks.
Kelly O got bit by a spider abroad, and then she got cellulitis.
Oily says, can Mars clarify on what kind of Asian he spoke to?
I don't know. Mean?
A mean one.
I think she was Chinese. But
I think he was Asian.
but I've only been in the same room with her like maybe twice over the
Okay.
course of like 2 years. This is the same doctor who told me that all my medical problems came from being fat. And I'm like, just so you know, I'm here because I cannot swallow food or sing.
It's because you're fat.
Like I've seen
You're getting
Blues
Weight Watchers and
Traveler. I've seen Blues Traveler. That guy sings just fine.
He could blow into a harmonica.
It's true. Sings like an auctioneer sometimes. Like that guy has no trouble. Don't tell me I can't sing because I'm fat.
You're fat. You gotta get Weight Watchers. I live in the ocean. I have a layer of blubber to keep me warm in the water.
Johnny, I can't get laid.
I live in the ocean. I don't think I'm anything.
That's because you're fat. You need a job.
Oh, shit. Foggy Lungs is here.
Nice.
Well, we already got foggy lungs here.
And Agent Nicole says, hi, Jenny. It's nice seeing you on the show. I hope all is well with everyone.
Hi, Agent Nicole. It's good to see you.
And Raven J says, no, goddammit. I guess they're not on Stitcher. Mars.
Raven J, call me. We got to make this happen.
Raven J, it should be really easy, but just for the record. So just,
I'm going to pretend I know how to do it by cutting and pasting the instructions I have from Johnny. Telling someone else to do it.
yeah, you should templatize that and throw it out there.
Oh, man. Every once in a while, I send that to Will and Sammy, just unsolicited.
Just send it to him.
Yeah, because I hate that fucking podcast app. I hate it. I decided I want a new podcast, and then my phone gets all shut down because it's downloading all these episodes and running amok and not giving a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Michael Raven shadow of apps. At face value, it's working adequately.
Yeah.
But if you peel back the curtains and all, it's all fucking messed up and broken and unfunctional. It has like it has the brand name, but like it's not good.
And it crashes.
Yeah. But it's good. I'm excited. We're talking about one of my favorite directors tonight. We're going to talk about one of my favorite movies otherwise of the year. I'm wearing fucking fall clothes.
And Cornelius is hanging
Yeah.
out.
Oh, Cornelius is my boy.
And Slagoth
Cornelius is a good-looking dude, too. I saw a picture of him recently. Good-looking cat.
now. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm wearing fucking fall clothes. That's all I care about.
We got a good looking audience.
Yeah, we do. Much better looking than us.
Fair.
Yeah.
And Foggy's hanging out first time ever. Foggy Lungs, thank you for tuning in, buddy.
I was at something marginally historic on Sunday.
Okay.
The tying of the hitch of our former manager, Gabriel Rollins.
Tying of the hitch.
Yeah.
Mm.
Did they time to the hitch?
We
of the
actually had to
truck?
do that because there was supposed to be trucks coming to take all of his presents and stuff away,
Yeah.
and they never came. So I had to bring him to his house. So I just tied him to the hitch and dragged him from behind. But it was fucking crazy. And as somebody who I don't drink a lot anymore, the Deadites fucking drink, some of them. Donna Matrix, probably still drunk.
Isn't she always drunk?
Oh man, it was drunk.
She can handle her drinks though, so that's okay.
You know what? It was more composed. The Screamstress, probably still drunk.
Well, I went to a wedding this weekend too, and we had helped set up. So my opinion was just, the more wine I drink, the less we have to carry back, and we made good on that.
Good plan.
Yeah.
I was walking someone to their car with their husband, and they were literally critiquing me versus their husband.
Because you weren't on Letterboxd?
No, they were worse than that. Yeah, it was like this dynamo's my pulse, and I'm like, okay, see you later, Paul. Good seeing you. I'm loaded. I'm like, I know. Please don't get divorced. Not my fault. My lady friend's disinterested. I'm sure if you were sober, you would be too. Barry Dennis was there for real.
Oh shit! Nice.
That dude was drunk and dancing.
Did you fight him?
No.
No. Okay.
Tiny put a hit out on him, but Derek Ring was there.
Nice.
And I actually had a drink. It was a nice moment. I shared a drink with the original Mr. Smartass Theater guys, so that was awesome. They're doing a one-off pretty soon, so I'm gonna make sure I pimp that for those guys because the impression that I found out that they thought I was angry and bitter after I left isn't actually true. I just started a podcast and their shows were on Wednesday, so that's why I stopped going. They thought I was mad. So, yeah. But, it was awesome to hang out with those guys. It was so great to see everybody. Everybody said Gabe looks real happy, and Grand Eyes of Funk, also very drunk, gave a really nice speech. JT, not quite as drunk, and everyone's wives are pregnant. That is my observation from the wedding. Everyone's wives.
So there's going to be another generation of bands in 13 years.
Silica, that dude is fertile.
We have some other people hanging out in the chat room. Cornelius says thanks, by the way, for the comment about
You're a good-looking cat, man. And you got a good voice, too. You should, I'm sure you do well with the ladies.
Mark says, I'm watching the show and drinking Asahi, and the stench of a dead rat my cat killed the other night keeps blowing through the window.
A rat or a mouse?
There's an important distinction.
Yeah. It is.
Los Atlantis is hanging out. Says, "Hey kids."
Hey.
So we got a
I love you,
full
Los
house.
Atlantis.
We get a full house, and we got some cool stuff coming up. So we're gonna get ready to transition into a break very shortly. Did everyone get their stories out? Anyone have any stories? You shit your pants, Mars?
No, not
Story
like,
straight.
I bought a whole bunch of. I had a gift certificate to the same place that I did shit my pants and put it back on the shelf actually. And I bought some fall clothes so that I don't look like Monster Zero anymore. So
Hey, it's still nice out, man, to wear shorts and short sleeves. It's gonna be like that the next couple days around this
It's
area.
supposed to be
too.
fucking hot as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't like it. I pulled out all my cardigans. I was so excited. Shaved my head.
Ooh.
Shaved my back. Shaved the weird part of my
Oh no,
hands.
stop right there.
Shaved the weird part of my hands that I don't understand why it goes creeping up to my wrists. So I don't like it.
Mark says it was a rat,
That's fucking weird.
nearly as big as the cat.
Jesus Christ, that's a tough cat. I listen to podcasts though. His animals run amok. They must be giants.
Was it like the sewer rat that Bad News Brown found?
Mars,
here.
Mars, what podcast? Why don't you go ahead and tip it?
Mark and a whole collection of very comely people are on the Punch Farm podcast, and it's fucking awesome.
No, it's another Mark.
Oh, who's that?
I said it was his first time.
Oh.
I don't want to give out last names. I don't know if people want their last names, but if you look in the chat room, you can see.
Oh no, well, but Mark. Oh, that Mark. It wasn't Sheetsy.
There's another Mark in
Oh.
the chat room.
What the hell podcast did that Mark on? Wait, hold on a second.
Mark, if you're on a podcast, let us know. We'll pimp it. So, do you guys have anything to talk about?
I forgot my glasses. You guys are shit out of luck.
Do you guys have anything to talk about in relation to what you and Jenny are working on? Is that still under wraps?
Yeah, I want it to be in case I die, because I don't want to be stuck with that much work. It's not. I know it's not good for Jenny though. Like it's not.
It's okay. That way, if you die, I can rewrite everything. You'll never know.
I'm okay.
Not just the bad jokes.
I'm okay with it right now. I think I realized that the lack of communication. I was actually talking about this at the wedding, and I was really happy about it. And I think it was Miss Matrix was like, "Does she realize that you two make bad jokes in real life? Like if she's making you funny, that's more disingenuous than making you superheroes." So, could be that, but I think that I got a new computer for just pretty much for writing, in a different quiet part of the house. So. I think that my already okay clip will be will come even faster. So it's just a matter of I had a nice conversation with actually Derek Rook recently and looked at I didn't tell Jenny this. I looked at physical book samples, which is why I relented on my page count.
Oh, okay.
Physical book samples versus page count and size, and it's expensive. It's expensive to make comics in the modern era. But so things are happening from certain ends. The real problem is that it is hard for me. If somebody asked me to write Spider-Man tomorrow and say I need 8 issues of Spider-Man in 2 weeks, I'd sit down and I'd write 8 issues of Spider-Man in 2 weeks. But I sit down and write the Deadites comic and I do 3 pages and I go, I'm a fucking idiot. I can't fight monsters. Anymore. Like I'm old and dumb, and I get all tied up, and I'm too close to it, and then I'm like getting a thing like, would Oracle really say this? Then I start spinning my monocle, and then so I'm real close to it. So the best thing about I won't say the best thing because everything about Jenny is awesome, but one of the great things about Jenny is she takes it away from me at some point. So that's important for me, especially with any project, but especially this project, because I would never be done, and that's my main. I am with this comic like Tiny White is with music, and maybe that only works for Wolfie. But if you leave Tiny White with a song and don't stop him and you come back. We were writing score for a friend of ours that had a short film. I went away and had lunch with my sister and came back, and there was an entirely different score that he claimed was the same score. And that's how I am with this funny book. So at some point, I just often need it took away from me, which is very important. So, but I'm proud of what's happened so far, what's written so far.
Well, there is, and I don't want to get into a big discussion about this, but there is a point in which it's good enough because it's never going to be perfect. So it's it needs to get to a point where it's good enough, and then you kind of let it out there, and then you learn from that and try to improve on it next time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's good because there's not another thing that doesn't happen with me and Jenny, which I'm not used to, is there's not a circular conversation. Like the other day with Tiny, I called and said we need band photos, and he said that would be really hard because of this, this, and this, and this. And I went, you know what? You're right. That is really hard. We don't need band photos. And he said, well, why do we need them? And I said, because only 3 of us that are in that photo are actually playing with the band anymore. He said, oh. And then by the end of the conversation, we were arguing the totally opposite points. So, that explains why a lot of stuff doesn't get done with us. That Injustice, Gods Among Us. But
Injustice.
that game too.
If I could learn how to pull that trick, though, I would get my way a lot more.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Because what will happen is if I switch, somehow he'll get on the other side. So it doesn't work. So but I think that when it does happen, you guys, and it will be of very little credit to me, I think that you guys will really, really, really enjoy it because I think that it's, I think other than maybe Michael Ravenshadow and Wolfie, I think that my two biggest influences are two comics that peaked and did their thing in 1987 very quietly.
Yeah.
So, it's more of a, it's one part gore piece and one part workplace comedy. I think is fair. So, hopefully everybody digs it. A lot of women yelling at me and Tiny like in real life.
All right, so let's start to wrap things up here because I want to really get talking about this flick. Are you gonna die, Dynamo?
I hope so.
Jesus Christ!
I got fucking water. I'm pretty excited about that.
You have a coffee.
Yeah,
What kind of coffee is that?
it's iced coffee.
How many equals?
5.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's low for you.
I'm fucking working my way down. Pretty soon I don't have soda.
You have none.
Yeah, I don't have a chug jug. No chug jugs to be seen. No
I know.
candy.
I know.
Yeah, it's fucking the worst. I hate
I'm
it.
proud of you,
No,
man.
don't be proud of me.
You're going to be a lean, trim, 2 bills.
Yeah, if I don't go to fucking jail for going crazy, hit Monster Zero with a pillow.
All right.
And that's just because the pillow was what it was around.
I'm filing you for assault.
Well, you did admit to almost hitting him with the mic stand.
Yeah. I said
So-
that publicly?
Yes.
Yeah, I need to.
I watched that about 5 times.
We should,
So did I, actually.
from this point forward, you guys should talk to my lawyer. I shouldn't be allowed to talk publicly. I love you, Wiley. Wherever you are.
By the way, MZ, that wasn't Mark's house.
Oh.
As we established, it was another Mark. If you were paying attention.
No, not really.
Okay, that's just as I thought. All right, so Raven Shadow, I'm going to get to you in a moment. So think about what happened before you watch this movie.
No, I know what happened.
But
This is how I have to fucking read. Isn't that awful?
Why don't you put it on
Well,
your
you do
phone?
it to
Put
yourself,
put
dude.
the app-
Why? I can't read. If I get too close, I can't see.
No, if you get too close, then you'll start
you're too
being
close
in
to
front
him.
of the camera. Yeah, really. What are you going to do?
No, if I get too close, my eyes fucking cross and I can't see.
Will you just get your head out of my lap?
You guys are real cute when you're
Ma-
together like this.
Other Mark, say something so I can see who you are.
Other Mark,
Other
say
Mark.
something.
Other Mark.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Forget it. Everybody should just talk to my lawyer.
All right, so
Marcus
we have a few
Salomon.
ways that you can support the show. What I would love to do is I would love to meet our goal for this fundraiser that we have going on right now. If you guys head over to trickortreatradio.com, look on the right-hand side, you will see a ticket that says Grand Guignol Fundraiser. Click on it. It'll give you all the information, tell you what we're going to use the money for, what you get for donating, and then also we have an amazing. Oh, Mark just spoke in chat there, Mars.
Out of the way, Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill.
So,
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mark.
I know that, dude.
you don't know that, Mark.
No, I was speaking Dynamo.
So we would like to get some more money into our fundraiser. So for anyone that would like to give, trickortreatradio.com, click on the ticket. And there's some awesome stuff, and we have some very awesome prizes. So every dollar you spend gets you an entry into the contest. If you guys want to, you can just go ahead and donate the money. You can also buy merch on our store. Go to trickortreatradio.com, and then at the top, just click on store, and it'll bring you right to our store. You can buy digital content such as our Greatest Hits, Volume 1 and 2. You can buy... we also have a premium content of an old Deadites interview from the mid-'90s. We also have... There's T-shirts, there's buttons, there is download cards, and I think that's it. So go check out the merch, and go check out the fundraiser, and feel free, if you like what we're doing, we would really appreciate a little extra fundage to keep things going. So there's that. And then we also have some affiliate links you can go ahead and click on. We have our friends over at Horror Pack. Horror Pack has some pretty cool stuff. They will send you 4 DVDs or Blu-rays directly to your door every single month. You just got to subscribe. It costs money, obviously. But they have some pretty cool stuff, and they have some exclusive content coming up in September. And I believe we're going to be working again with Horror Pack soon. So we may do another set of reviews for them, the little Grand Guignol crossover action. So we'll have some more information about that soon, hopefully. But they have some pretty cool stuff. So give them a look-see and go ahead and subscribe. Use our link, once again, trickortreatradio.com. Click on it. Or you could also go to horrorpack.trickortreatradio.com, which will also lead you right to it. Once you sign up, we get a little bit of a cut of that. Also, our Amazon, if you guys do shopping on Amazon, go head over there and trickortreatradio.com. Click on the Amazon logo. Everything you purchase in that session gets attributed to us. It doesn't cost them any extra, Michael Raven Shadow.
But it helps keep the lights on.
Our lights.
Our lights.
Specifically.
Yeah.
Your lights are out.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not now. They're on, little dim. They're on timer.
Your brain is a bug zapper, okay?
All right, good. Can you hit him with a pillow again, please?
Oh, shit. The other Mark is the one who has the drive jacket. Mars, he's got a drive jacket.
I saw that on the internet.
He's got a drive jacket.
Yeah, he said don't get in an elevator with him at Halloween.
That's the coolest fucking thing ever.
Yeah.
No podcast, though.
Nope. He doesn't need it. He's just going to drive around slow
I'll actually...
while the Knicks are playing.
Mark, I'll trade you this podcast for that jacket.
I will too.
Don't do it, Mark.
And so Amazon, we also have... what am I missing here? Our friends over at XSplit.
XSplit.
And they provide the streaming video you see here for the live show. If you want to do a streaming podcast, if you want to do a Let's Play or watch us die like our friends over at Haunting TV and Horror Made, check out XSplit for all your streaming needs. They have some pretty cool stuff, and they're awesome dudes. So, all right, well, I think that is it.
Did the presents? Are we doing that later?
Let's do that right when we get back from break, right. As we're starting.
Where'd this come from?
Oh, it's
That's
just on the
been
table.
there.
Yeah.
Looks like it came from Alex DeCampi.
Yeah.
Mars, she had touched that.
Don't make it gross and weird.
Yeah, but I'm doing it because you will.
Yeah, but now he's touched
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, to see you
It's not like I'm rubbing it all over my body, for
Bring
God's
down
sakes.
the real
All over
estate.
my hairless body.
Just, ooh, now you're getting sexy talk. Just
Can
some
I tell
yoga.
you, I was at Terrificon a couple weeks ago, and Alex DeCampi was there, and I wanted to go to her booth so bad, and I ran out of time, and it closed, and I missed it, and she was gone, and then just one single tear, and then I went back to gambling.
Aw.
You could have said, I know those assholes.
Yeah, if you said our name, she probably would have slapped you.
Yeah.
Sent you to the back of the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. She would have said, are they here and late?
Actually, we have a mutual acquaintance, a friend of mine, that did name drop us to Alex DeCampi, and I was very concerned.
It went poorly for
I'm
her?
like, oh, why'd you say that? I told you not to tell that. I told you not to tell her.
Okay, Raven Shadow.
Yes.
You sit down to watch the Neon Maniac. I got to hear this.
do.
What do you do to prepare?
Oh, man, I watch a lot of fucking RuPaul Drag Race to kind of get in the mind of a
What?
model. They new models, right? It's a weird show.
Okay.
Well, he said Neon Maniac, so you watch a lot of movies about trains.
Yeah. I wish it was Neon Maniacs. Yeah, I practiced do that trick where you wear you get to balance like a book on your head, do the model walk. You know what I mean? Did you ever see that?
Yep.
There's an episode of Facts of Life where I think
Okay.
Blair did it.
Yeah.
It was excellent. No, really, before I watched the movie, I really thought ahead. I'm trying to work on my seeing the future. And I kind of, here's the question. Is what I think going to happen? We got to find out, right? So
Yeah.
tune in and strap on.
Do you love a scary story? Do you love to dance? The Big Scary Monster Haunts at Midnight is a collection of dark songs about sex, love, death, revenge, and the end of the world. Brought to you by the world's greatest monster hunting electroshock band, the Deadites.
This October, the Deadites return to the stage on which they made their name, in the room they made dangerous. October 15th, it's trip-hop goddess Mary Catman, the nerdcore sounds of Agents of Chaos, and the evil grooves of Rhetoric. And then, it's the dead, it's the rad, it's the funky, it's the Deadites. October 15th, Rock and Shock Weekend. It's the best night of the best weekend of the year at the Cove Music Hall in beautiful Worcester, Massachusetts. It's the return of the Deadites Halloween Extravaganza, hosted by the voice of Talk Without Rhythm, El Goro.
Hey Deadites, I'm Christian.
And I am Uncouth.
We're good movies for bad people.
And you're listening to Trick or Treat Radio.
I will be Burble.
What's up, y'all? It's me, the Yeti. Telling all the ladies that they couldn't be more fine and that we should knock those boots like Frankenstein. When I want to get my nerd on, I go to Facebook and I go to the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group. That's the place where I get to talk about all the hip new horror movies, all the cool comics,
Like comics.
RPGs, video games, you name it, we're talking about shit on there. And you could not be any cooler if you were the coolest kid in school. Be the first kid on your block to swing their cock over at the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group. Just go to Facebook, search for Trick or Treat Radio, ask to join, and it's like Nerd Nirvana, baby, without the shotgun blast. This is the Yeti, signing out. See you at the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group.
Follow us on Twitter at The Deadites, TheDeadites.com, and TrickOrTreatRadio.com.
All right, we returned on Trick or Treat Radio. And we're going to talk about the Neon Demon in just a few moments here.
Yep.
Go ahead and get... Oh, it's the wrong artwork. I wanted that. That's what I want. And we're playing the movie here in studio. We'll get it going. And get some more voicemails. Thank you guys for the voicemails. Appreciate it. Dynamo Mark says, let's call him Drive Jack and Mark. How about that? Mark says, I just hang the jacket over a chair and pretend Ryan is hanging out here.
That's a good game.
That's exactly what you would do.
Yeah.
And you would
Instead, Dynamo would have his underwear hanging off the chair. So.
Well, no, he would.
I put it on like a pillow.
He would wrap the jacket around him while he masturbates.
I never masturbate and think about Ryan Gosling.
Yes,
nah,
you do.
it's all mind impulse. He doesn't need to touch himself.
Takes too much energy away from thinking about Ryan Gosling to touch myself. Now weird rapey Jenna Malone in this movie. That's different.
So I will say we are definitely going to do some spoiler talk. We will do the spoiler music. So I will let you guys
Thank
know.
God, we should always do spoilers.
Not always.
That review last week was for the birds.
Yeah, but that movie had just come out.
Yeah, but then you hear the spoiler thing, you just don't listen.
Well, this I mean, I guess this one technically just came out too, but if you're thinking of VOD, it did hit theaters earlier. So we are going to talk about The Neon Demon.
It's playing at the Brattle at the end of the month.
Nice.
Yeah.
I would like to see this in the theater.
I would too.
The Neon Demon. It is a film that was directed by Nicolas Winding Refn. Now, Refn is definitely one of our favorite directors, I would say.
Well, one of me and your favorite directors. Yeah.
I would say he may have the record now for the most films reviewed on the show.
I don't think so. I was thinking about this. I think that that dude whose name I can't say that says
Kim Ji-woon?
No, that did the other Devil movie. That did
Adrian Garcia Bagliano?
Yeah.
No, I think we've only done
we did
3 or 4.
We did the Scissor movie. We did
we did Cold Sweat.
Cold Sweat.
We did the Scissor movie. We did
the
Late
werewolf
Phases,
movie.
and then we did Scherzo Diabolico.
So what we did?
So 4.
So here we did Drive. Valhalla Rising.
Yeah,
Only God Forgives
and
in
Neon
this.
Demon. Okay, so we've done 4.
Can I make an admission?
Yeah.
I've never seen any of his other movies. I don't think.
Oh man, come over. We'll watch Drive all day.
Okay.
Now watch a fucking transporter.
No.
He fucking drives.
Totally different movies.
He's got 5 movies. Every one of them he fucking drives.
Watch Back to the Future. Marty McFly drives in that too.
Drives. And you know what? Watch fucking Desperado because he has a scorpion jacket first.
Okay, so
I'm sorry. It's a fine movie.
Nicolas Winding Refn, he started out by doing the Pusher trilogy, which a lot of people have spoke very highly of.
Oh, I want to watch that.
And he also did Bronson, which was really the big breakout performance by Tom Hardy, I'd say, which is a very good movie. He also did Valhalla Rising, obviously.
With Mads Mikkelsen. Yep.
Only God Forgives. Drive.
With Ryan Gosling Mars.
I don't think that's his name.
It is.
And so he is a very accomplished director. He has his own unique vision and style, for sure. And so his latest film, The Neon Demon, he directed it. He wrote the story, but it was scripted. I think he wanted specifically to have it scripted by a woman. So it was the screenplay was done by Mary Laws and Polly Stenham. And this film features a cast comprised of Elle Fanning, Carl Glusman, Jenna Malone, Bella Heathcote, Abby Lee, Desmond Harrington, Christina Hendricks, Keanu Reeves, and we'll stop there. There's a bunch of other models and such. The synopsis that we have on IMDb is, man, there's so much going on this fucking page, like glitter falling and like it goes so slow because of that. The synopsis: when aspiring model Jessie arrives to Los Angeles, her youth and vitality are devoured by a group. What? Okay, I'm gonna stop there. It's not all that spoilery, but it kind of is. So I'm gonna stop right there. So Marsman, I know you and I were looking forward to this.
Yes.
MZ and Raven Shadow, when you guys found out we were doing this, what did you think?
Well, I knew this movie came out, and
you knew it came out.
I knew
Okay,
it was a thing.
that's
I knew
the start.
it was a thing. I guess I wanted to see it. And with Refn, there are movies that I really like of his, and there are some I really don't. I liked Bronson a lot. I liked Take Off the Dress.
Only God Forgives.
Thank you a lot. So he's and it was the black and white movie, right? He did Valhalla Rising. Is that the one?
That was in color.
It was in color, yeah.
What was the one that was set in the olden days with the guys with the big hats, like the Pilgrims?
What?
Well, we liked it. Tiny was on. The guy had long hair, and there was like it was like before Civil War. Not like old.
I know what he's talking about. Field in England.
That's one.
That's Ben
Field in
Wheatley.
England.
It's a different director.
Did Wendon see that? Because it was good.
Yeah.
My good buddy and
was Summer Wheatley.
fellow Zack Sabre Jr. supporter, Michael Koopman was on the Valhalla Rising episode.
Yeah.
We can have that fucking guy back on.
I know, right?
Give him a chance to get this podcast off the air.
Pilgrims.
Like I did for his.
So, and Jenny obviously just found out she was doing this a couple days ago. Did you know anything about this movie prior to watching it, Jenny?
I had watched a trailer and I thought it looked really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I mean, I knew that he had done a lot of other movies, but I didn't really have a lot of familiarity, so I didn't have much to base it on.
All right. So, you know what? We're actually going to do this. Why don't you guys want to do the open our envelopes now, or do you want to?
I don't want to. I don't want to touch mine with my coffee hands. But you guys,
we're reviewing the movie, and you want to do this now?
Well, I thought we were going to do this before, so all right, we'll hold off until after.
What a segue that was! You're really not into transitional material.
I just wanted to see Raven Shadow get up and get back down. All right, so I mean, clearly this flick is fucking gorgeous, right? I don't think anyone can dispute that.
No.
No, it's beautiful.
No, it's beautifully shot. The coloring the colors that they use in this film are absolutely incredible.
And more astute eye may dispute this with me, but I think this looks a little different than his other movies. There are elements of this that have the kind of neo-noir, we'd say, trappings of some of his other films.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But I also feel like a lot of this, and I feel like he dropped the ball at one important scene where he could have really amped this up, but there was a lot of this, the stuff that happened at night, that it almost, his use of shadow and what seemed to be more naturalistic light, I guess we would say. He made a weird combination that sort of, in everything about this film, a lot of walking and following people, reminded me of a modern, like, Val Lewton film. And I don't think that's just because I sort of faltered for a little bit and thought I was just manipulated by the amount of large cat play there is in this movie. But, I definitely am there were elements of this in pacing, in the deliberate pacing, and in his use of light and shadow and darkness. And what's neat is that as opposed to, like, Fog, which is kind of a Lewton thing, and I always forget who his go-to director was. Val Lewton was a producer for RKO and was running opposite the Universal films. He was kind of like a very different sort of horror than what they were doing, and a more refined, some would say more adult horror. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like instead of fog, he used like a haze in this a lot of times. But one thing that I also think he used brilliantly was like a really choppy strobe-like editing that happened a few times that I think kind of like was
and a
like
literal strobe.
Yeah, was like a proxy for that kind of distracting prestidigitation that would be like a fog.
I always want to do this when you say prestidigitation. No, not with that sound effect though.
No. Do you know what the official prestidigitation hand symbol is?
No. And Mars is going to show us.
Okay, Sable, Sable, just get off
this. So yeah, I can tell that everyone but Monster Zero thinks I'm out of my fucking mind, but which just scares me more than not.
No.
Yeah.
You were as when you mentioned the neo noir style, I right there with you on that.
Yeah, I think
I
that
absolutely 100% agree.
I love his use of like blues and fluorescence and
the use of shadows is absolutely impeccable.
We are unfortunately getting it a lot this year in 2016 in New England when we shouldn't have foggy, red smog twilights, but we are getting them a lot. And something he uses very well. He uses Los Angeles consistently like it's a character. And I think he I think he hit all his spots. I will say that out of that, I haven't watched Bronson in a while, and I watched it under not the best conditions, so I always kind of leave that out. And I've never seen Pusher, but out of all the films I've seen, I think this is my least favorite for a very defining reason. It's one of those things where I don't think he did anything wrong. or who? What was the name of the person who wrote it? Wolfie.
Well, I mean, there was two. Nicolas Winding Refn had written the story, but it was scripted.
Who did the script?
Mary Laws and Polly Stenham.
I think that while I get the joke, and I'll reiterate this more in the spoilers, I think. But there are elements of this film that you can't even call it subtext because there are predatory elements in this film that are obviously right in your face, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think if that is kind of your statement on this industry, like, sort of no duh, right? I guess that's the best way that I can word it. Like,
well, no duh totally captured the entire movie. He was that really boring guy at a college party that just had this amazing philosophical epiphany that he needs to sit you down and tell you about, and it's the most mundane thing you've ever heard in your life. It was just really waxing poetic on something pretty basic.
Yeah, so I think this one is probably the lowest barrier of entry for his films as far as the story and the subtext, because it's if you watch a film like Valhalla Rising, you may be like, what the fuck is going on at points, you know? And it's still very enjoyable on the surface, but then digging deep, you're trying to think of what all the symbolism means.
Right.
In this one, there's a lot of that, but then when you actually think about it, I think it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Like the through line is very basic, and this is not spoiler, but you have, in this case, it's Jessie, played by Elle Fanning. She is the small town girl who goes to Hollywood to try to make it.
But she
gets basically, like sucked in and chewed up and spit out by the town, by the people around her,
by the industry.
Well, hold on, wait a minute. Can we just hit the spoiler music now?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I disagree, is why I'm saying.
You disagree?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
I think Elle Fanning in this film was a agitated microorganism injected into the body of this LA modeling scene, like to almost like destroy it. Like I don't think there was necessarily any like heroes or heroines in this film. I think it was a lack of, but I think that she is only the protagonist in the sense where you usually put that label sometimes and you think that like it's analogous with that this is the hero of the film, of the piece, but she is definitely the protagonist, but I think that she is
like more of the virus.
I think she's aware. I think that she's not stumbling through these things. I think that her reaction to the after effect, it's almost like her attractiveness causes train wreck after train wreck, and she's walking away from them knowing that that's how it was going to happen.
Wouldn't it have been so cool if there had been some like actual character development so we knew?
I kind of just disagree with you, Mars. That's not to say that you're wrong. I'm just saying like we interpret it in different ways. And I thought it was the age-old story of, girl goes to Hollywood and basically succumbs to everything that, all the stories you hear about.
I can only partially dispute you on this end of the spoiler alert music.
Okay, well, we'll get to it then down, a little bit further.
As far as the overall story or subtext or lack thereof that this film has, while I have softened on my like of this film over time, I feel like this sort of story was told better in something like Black Swan.
Right.
Yeah. That movie came to my mind too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that it's a different movie.
Right.
I think it's overall might be a better movie as far as like story and script. But there's no denying this is one of the most beautiful movies that we've maybe ever seen on the show.
Yeah.
Ooh, I have somebody on my side who's almost never on my side.
It must be Wiley. But I got to say, right off the fucking bat, How hard does Cliff Martinez kill this score?
Oh, it's his best.
It's
I couldn't stop.
The score was amazing.
Unbelievable, right off the fucking bat. These credits were so simple but so effective and perfectly sets up this movie just with color. Like, that's pretty much it. I think it sets it up so well. And I'm going to hold off on the other thought that I was going to bring up. Were you going to say something, MZ?
Well, I just want to say that, I mean, the influences that are in this film, most notably.
Okay, I was going to go there and I was going to not, but let's go there.
All right, is most notably two directors, Argento and Kubrick.
Okay, yep.
Argento with the use of the color and the separation of the colors that Refn uses in this movie is absolutely stunning. Not since
the red and the black. I mean, I'm sorry, red and blue.
Red and blues.
That's Argento, Suspiria.
Suspiria and Inferno.
Yep.
And with
I think this movie shares a lot more with Suspiria than just that.
That's true. That's true. I would agree. And also, I would with Kubrick. It all has to do with framing.
Yep.
I think the framing in this film is absolutely phenomenal. Very close on a Kubrickian level. I think if Stanley Kubrick was to see this movie, he would be very, very impressed. The pan out shots and the close up shots of just still motion, you know, they're just sitting there, you know, a character or two or whatever is just sitting there, or somebody looking off into the distance, and it's just the way it's framed, and the panning back, and there's no movement with that awesome score that we talked about. I mean, it's just it's an assault. It really is an assault.
It was a fucking assault, all right.
It was, and it was absolutely gorgeous. Now I'm not the biggest Refn fan, and this story is very thinly veiled. Yeah, you know, it's a very thin plot. And like I said before, I'm not the biggest Refn fan. I've always said that his movies are more substance, style over substance.
Yeah.
Which is very hard to argue.
Drive. I would argue.
I think that he does
probably Drive. This is his most. This film here is his most deliberate attempt at what I'm saying is that it's more style over substance.
He puts a lot of emphasis on style,
right?
But I don't think he skimps on substance. I think
no. I think maybe this time he did.
I feel that the plot in this movie is very, very thin, and he uses I always get the words mixed up. He uses the style to bring it out more, to fill in the gaps where the story just might not fully succeed.
Now, I don't think that he failed. I think he gave just the right. I think he. I think part of the complaint might come from, even from me, that I expected more from him. His elevator pitch from the start was Beyond the Valley of the Dolls meets Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which are two of the most direct on paper. Before the world fucking explodes, the internet explodes on me again. On paper, are two very simple, to the point of almost trite, cause and effect pieces, right?
Sure.
But I think that, you know, and because of that, I think it's sort of like how. Normally, I think his movies, to some people, right, seem like a mess because it's hard to do. It's hard to do fireworks and tell a story, right? Like whether you're a special effects spectacle like a Michael Bay film, or you know you're a Cooper Cack, where you're trying to do a lot of like visual, you know. Cues and a lot of visual subtext and stuff like that, and still tell a character piece. You know, there's a reason why most, you know, progressive rock bands have pretty simple lyrics and pretty simple setups, because if the melodies were much more than what they did, then you would get in the way of, all this other magic tricks and everything else that they're doing over the course of the thing. I think in this one he held back. I think he was telling a very simple story so he could do more magic and not be in the way, which to me was disappointing, in the same way that when we were talking about I can't remember what director it was, but I was talking about a particular director who made 2 other certain kinds of films. I'm lying, I remember, but I'm just not saying. And he then made another kind of film that was great, but didn't have that sort of, it wasn't that sort of film of his last film. So in that sense, I was disappointed in this, but not in itself. You know what I mean? I was disappointed from an expectation point of view, but not in a delivery point of view.
Okay.
But I do feel that there's not much to it. Where I agree 100% with what Jenny says, the one thing I would add to it is that this person with a totally vapid, maybe vacuous point of view may be the most beautiful person that I've ever seen in my whole entire life, and I don't care that they're giving me the biggest load of coffee shop pretension.
Well, for a while, I was really asking myself if this was like some kind of meta statement that he's making a movie that's beautiful and vapid and empty, and it's just dazzling to watch, but I'm just not willing to give it that much credit right now.
Yeah.
And that's some of the opinions are that is what it is, because this movie is about beauty, right? Essentially, when it gets down to the heart of it, it's about true beauty, or, that's kind of what it is. So maybe he did want to make this really beautiful movie that kind of spoke to what he was trying to, the story he was trying to tell.
I think, I don't know Refn, right? But by all accounts, he's a weird dude. So what I think is that this is this weird dude's interpretation of a horror movie. Because he said all along that it's a horror movie, right? So what ends up happening in 90% of horror movies, you have very simple characters in a very simple setup, and not very much sometimes happens until, until the big payoff. And the things that are kind of weird and scary of it. I would like to say that he's doing Luton, like I mentioned, or even maybe, definitely visually, Kubrick and Argento and a few other people. An influence that I've never heard him mention that I've seen in every single one of his films is Miike. Mm-hmm. I think his use of violence is absolutely just about without peer when he pulls it out and the way he shoots it. And from the stuff in Valhalla Rising to the elevator head crushing and Drive, I think that it's just you're like, well, fuck. Everything, and there was some scissor play, all jokes aside, in this one, where I remember being like, well, fuck. There was a punch in the face in this one, which is a pretty standard Hollywood fare, which even the way he did it and the Foley sound effect and the way it was lit and everything else, I was like, well, fuck. And I could be wrong. He could show up and call me an asshole. I hope we never get to talk to him. But my interpretation...
You hope we never do?
Yeah, it's like Mike Patton. I just don't want to know.
Oh, someone's here. Oh, it's Nicolas Winding Refn. How's it going, buddy?
Hey.
Mars, you're a dummy.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Would you like a blanket to tie around your stomach when you do directions?
Jenny, you have a proposition in the chat room. Lawson Atlantis says, Jenny, will you marry me?
Unfortunately, I'm spoken for, but thank you.
Oh. We almost had a love connection.
Well, maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Just to clarify, you're not talking about me, right?
Oh, well, in that case, then, we'll see. We'll talk about it.
Damn it.
What I really enjoyed about this flick, and it's the very disturbing part of it, is how Refn was able to, and this is my opinion, and apparently his too, of how empty.
Here we go.
And what?
You hate good-looking people.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
He can't. That's not. That doesn't apply here though, because this is a movie about good-looking people.
Yeah. No. It has nothing to do with that. No, what I was going to say is that he shows just how empty and
Vapid.
non-existent the lives of a model really are.
Well,
I think you're generalizing.
Yeah, we don't know that they really are.
What are
I
you
know.
basing that assessment
I
on?
know
How
some
many
models.
Yeah,
that are like not like that.
No, it's just my opinion.
I dated
as
a
to
model
what,
for a long time.
Who cares? It's just my opinion on.
Right, but you're just saying that you're doing it again. You're saying all these people are
he's just,
like this.
He's just talking about the movie.
I'm just
But he's saying that.
Oh, will you calm down?
That's
I'm just saying that he showcases how empty of a life that these people really have. And
for the record, I didn't see that, so I
did, and they all have they all have this quirky demeanor about them that just.
Well, here's the thing about that. I don't think that it is spoilery to say that, but let me just comment on that real quick. Everyone that she encounters deals with her in a different way or shows her a different side of herself.
Right.
Almost everybody. You have Keanu Reeves' character, who's basically aggressive male.
he's a bully.
A bully
An
basically. You have the kind of seemingly nice boyfriend or friend.
Photographer friend, yeah.
Yeah. And and he does. There seems to be a little
Who I dislike.
And then there's the
creepiness
guy
to him.
Then there's the guy who owns the modeling agency itself.
Yeah. So, and not just the men.
Oh, you mean
but
Clive Barker in 1997?
not just the men, but the women as well, all sort of deal with her in a different way, and it just shows you different sides of Jessie. Like every single person that deals with her brings out a different side of her, And I thought that was an interesting way to kind of show this character and to show what she's all about,
Well, I mean, that was one of the things that, because I did do my little bit of research, and he was saying that he wanted to use especially the three girls as kind of these archetypes of beauty.
Yeah.
But I feel like where they lost me on that was that's all they were was an archetype. There was no character behind them. There was no person there. They were just wearing a costume of I'm pretty.
I would agree with that, and I think I think that was intentional, but that was just my takeaway.
I mean, it just made it really hard to give a shit about them.
I think they were just monsters, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they were monsters in a very, it's why I think Suspiria is a very good through line, because I think that they're monsters in a very fairy tale, almost like, Greek legend sort of way.
Well, see, I wish they had gone with that more, though. I mean, that was, I felt like this movie kind of, it never landed, it never decided where it wanted to be or what it wanted to be. It was meandering, it was kind of, the pacing to me was kind of weird, and it never decided if it wanted to be fantasy or if it wanted to be realistic, and it ended up being kind of neither, and I just never got drawn in. I never bought into the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned Greek myth, and he did say in an interview that he did use the Greek myth of Narcissus, which
interesting.
Which is certainly kind of obvious, I guess, when you watch it. But there is, and I think there is kind of the transformation of Jessie's character. She's this sort of wide-eyed girl who comes into town, and then towards the middle of the film, 3/4 of the way through, I think she really embraces who she is and what people are telling her. Because I think at first she's kind of doesn't really get it, or at least doesn't embrace it. And I feel that at the end, there's that scene where there's the triangle with the prism, and there's like three of her, and I think that's the moment that she embraces it.
Here's a shot we're watching. This is a very Kubrickian shot.
Hey, before I forget, does anybody else think that that Kyle Glossman there, the hayseed, looked like a really young Chris Walken?
I could see that. I didn't think of it, but I could see that.
Those big giant eyes, like
not like actual young Christopher Walken, but like could grow into Christopher Walken.
Or like he could be related to Christopher Walken.
Yeah,
that's
I'm feeling that.
Yeah,
Wait, I love Raven. Raven J. He just says the story of Lex Luger.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you, man. That was
again, we'll talk more about this on the other side. But I think that what is very interesting to me about this movie is that, and I may just be projecting, right? Like when your favorite pop star crosses, like when Liz Phair crossed that line and all of a sudden turned into Sheryl Crow overnight, like me and a lot of other Liz Phair fans were like, well, maybe, like this is pretty good. It's just different. So I might just be projecting, but I feel like he wasn't, like, there's a lot of things that we're looking for in this, and it doesn't, and just because he wants it there doesn't necessarily make it, or doesn't want it there, doesn't make it defendable or make it a good movie. But I think a lot of the things as fans and as just even us talking about it, we're looking for, he really seemed entirely disinterested in. Like, for me, I have not been visually taken by a movie since we did Beyond the Black Rainbow. Like, if you haven't seen this film, whether you end up loving it or hating it, what you got to do, I don't even know if it's a theater experience one unless you somehow get to see it in, like, something like a great multiplex with a great sound system. Mm-hmm. But you got to turn off your lights, you got to turn up the volume.
Oh yeah.
And you just got to fucking stare at this thing because it's like, because it will take you. And I almost wish that I watched this one of the times for enjoyment and not looking for things, because I found myself looking for things that I don't think were there. So I would get frustrated as a I don't want to say educated. I don't want to say critic, certainly, and I don't, because I'm not on Letterboxd. And
you're in the litter box.
Yeah,
though.
it's true.
Litter box.
Bunky.
Hey,
Mars, the litter box,
but like I found myself getting frustrated and stymied by things that I don't know that he actually like wanted to be there.
Well, there is a kind of precedent set with his other films
Sure.
that you're looking for a lot of things. Like Only God Forgives, that one probably had the most.
Yeah.
Probably
like,
more than Valhalla Rising.
Oh, sure. There was, like, for instance, like, there was a few times where I felt like they were building the makeup artist as her only bastion of, like, humanity, because there were situations where everyone else reacted a certain way, and they had very human interactions, like in the strobe light scene where they were looking at, like, nothing. Like, they had, like, a very human exchange where they exchanged glances, like, where she was kind of pretending she knew what was going on, and then she looked at her, and they were confused, and they, like, exchanged a laugh.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously that ends up being not what was at play here. So I think a lot of my frustration legitimately comes from my expectations, and maybe not my delivery, like it's because he's not Mike in the sense where I expect
a frog to show up.
Yeah, I expect not even just that, or I put in a movie of his and I'm like, well, I haven't done very much research on this. Is this a children's movie? Is it a very broad comedy? Is it a horror? Like, that's not what I expect thus far from Refn. And so who knows? But I find, like, the bombastic style over substance, I think, is what I'm rambling on about and trying to say. Super fascinating because, like, you have to have a Jodorowsky, again, an influence that we haven't mentioned yet, especially with the design of, like, the like neon stuff and everything else, like
the Triforce.
Yeah, like
it was an upside down Triforce.
Yeah, so you ended up like if you get booed at Cannes, like, you might want to come out but you get out, like, and there's still people giving you money to make movies. You might want to turn around and make something like, well, I made some money with Drive and it still had a lot of substance. Like, you might want to turn around and make something a little bit commercially viable. But, like, he went completely off the fucking reservation and, like, took a 3-page script, basically, in the character blurps that happen at the beginning of a script when you meet characters, and then just filmed a whole bunch of fucking movie like that didn't have anything to do with that stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I'm the ultimate Refn apologist, but like I'm fascinated by how go fuck yourself he was when making this movie. Well, from everyone. For me, he said fuck me as a fan. He said fuck Hollywood.
You go fuck yourself, Mars.
You go fuck yourself, Hollywood. Fuck you, Ryan Gosling, Mars. Fuck you, people who booed me. Fuck you, people who cheered me. Like, he's like, I'm not even making a fucking movie here.
There was so many nice, pretty, wonderful things about this movie. It was visually beautiful. There was so much style and artistry to how it was made, but then the actual making of the movie was an afterthought. It was just all of your favorite ingredients thrown in a blender, and it just ends up tasting like garbage.
Yeah. It's interesting because that's what people said about Lost River, and not that I think that this tasted like garbage, but that's what they said about Lost River. People who didn't like it, but I feel like whether you like it or hate it, this almost is what this is, right? Like, because there's not a lot of story to be had. But I guess there's enough that two people who agree a lot of the time, and who watch the same movie and are really big fans, I guess have a totally opposite view of what this movie was about. So maybe I'm talking out my ass in that sense. Maybe there was something that was going on that wasn't happening, because I couldn't disagree with Johnny more on certain elements.
All right, so we should get to some spoilers soon, because I want to make sure we have a hearty discussion just in case we need it. But Denny is hanging out, and he says the show tonight is easier on the eyes than usual. And I asked if that was because Mars was not on camera.
No, it's because Monster Zero. He's very handsome. You know how people get hit with the ugly stick? Well, this pillow is the pretty stick.
Yeah. That's why. Oh, you did look better this weekend.
It's true.
Yeah.
One more time with this, I'll mess up my new jeans just looking at you.
Did you guys notice Joey Quinn? It was the photographer.
Yep. Yeah. I thought,
from Dexter.
I think that he either went really method or tried out to be Michael Stipe in a movie. But he got AIDS. Yeah, he fell on some, like, to quote one of my biggest inspirations, like Quinn fell on some hard times. I don't look at things like
does anyone have anything else that we have not talked about? General talk about the movie before we get into spoilers.
I just want to kind of hear a little more about MZ, like if he had anything else to say about the Suspiria point of view, if he can talk about that without being spoilery.
Well, I want to talk about it in spoilers.
That would be kind of difficult.
I just wanted to make sure because
we're better off in the spoilers with that.
Sure, but the reason I ask is while Johnny and I generally agree on things, the fact that you and I agree on something's a little weird. So I wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing.
Well, let me just mention that. All right, I've come to the conclusion, probably since we reviewed his last film, but now I'm quite certain the dialogue that's delivered in a Refn film. I mean, this movie is an hour and 58 minutes. If these people spoke like the way in a normal conversation like you would normally have, this movie would be probably 25 minutes shorter.
What do you mean?
Because there's a lot of pausing between dialogue. It's incredible how much time is just... And it's not padding out, because you don't need to pad out a film to 2 hours. I mean,
that's the definition of padding out, right?
Well, I mean, I thought that was kind of insert suspense here, and someone just forgot to fill it in.
No,
I think go, Jenny.
I think Jenny, if you'd seen it, that's what he does, though. He's sort of the anti-Tarantino in that sense. He does have. It's not talked about a ton because he is visually astounding, but he has a very style. And I also think a lot of it is always pinned on, for people who haven't seen Bronson of Valhalla Rising, I think a lot of it is pinned on the gauze. But I think that he does have a very stylized, for better or worse, dialogue.
But I think because of that, I think I'm finally starting to understand him just a little bit more. And this is Refn's world, and
We're just visiting.
We're just visiting. We're just here to watch what's going on. You know.
He does have a certain kind of female that he doesn't like, and I can't remember the amazing actress name, and only God forgives, but Christina Hendricks plays it in this movie. Mm-hmm. But they're the only characters that talk in a normal film speak, in the sense where their dialogue actually ends up being could come out to be a page a minute.
Right.
And their cast is very like abrasive for no other reason than the amount of words that they say.
Well, you notice that Christina Hendricks and Keanu Reeves are the only two that have normal dialogue speaking.
I think Keanu Reeves had to speed up his normal everyday dialogue.
Maybe that was meant for Ryan Gosling. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, was that a directorial choice, or is that just they're more experienced actors?
I don't think so. Maybe, but I do think that my special lady friend said something that made me laugh after the scene where he has that really predatorial interaction with the hayseed there, and she looked at me and goes, "Was Keanu Reeves just acting?"
I gotta mention it because everyone in the chat room is talking about it. They want to know if Raven Shadow saw this movie. He's just staring blankly.
Yeah, man, and I fucking all right. Listen,
I tried.
I did fucking. I fucking tried too fucking hard.
I was helping you, by the way.
I didn't try.
I was helping you.
They all know.
You should have got me some fucking coke. You would have helped me fucking.
I was leaving you. I was taking the bumps. I was leaving you on the canvas this time. I wasn't going to sell you out to.
No. You're
the
right.
man.
All the technical aspects that everyone said, I agree with. It's a very technical, beautifully boring ass fuck movie. The journey it takes you on is to fucking lorazepam and fucking narcolepsia.
You would know.
That's where I fucking live. Narcolepsia. Give me a fucking goblet like Dr. Doom, and on my throne where I'm sleeping. Fuck this movie, okay? And Helen, phonetically, fuck is FAAACCKKIIII triple N double G. Fucking movie.
Yeah.
Right, Jenny?
Right.
Thank God you're here. Can we cue fucking Buster, please?
No, we got spoiler discussion.
It sucked.
Did you
Spoiler.
Did you finish it?
I did finish because it ended with the credits and the
Oh, very good. Far be it from a movie to end with credits.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's so weird.
It's a weird movie.
I just want to say that
trailblazer.
He's never seen that part before, guys. It's new for him.
Yeah, I gotta
She's
say,
got a point.
I took 4 Ativans before I left. It's clearly not enough.
I was yelling at them, be over. Be over. Be fucking
That's
over.
what he's been saying about himself for years. I'm going to get myself over tonight.
I was going
That almost happened. You're so good. You're so good.
I was thinking from like a suicide point of view, but that was good.
Credit Dynamo for his decent throat muscles.
Yeah.
Well, he's been working on it.
Well, you know.
Yeah, you should tell that to the receptionist or whatever. Yeah. See, you couldn't do that.
No, she does. She looks like if they did like an Indonesian Tales from the Crypt ripoff is what that lady looks like.
You can't say no problem.
Foggy Lugs says, "Fuck this movie." LOL. Oh shit! I think you brought the house down. Everyone was wondering what you thought, and you just told them.
I told you. There you go.
See, I was trying to help you. I was doing that thing like where I'm like, I know that he had a hard night. I'm gonna leave him on the canvas. Like he's taking I'll take the bumps. I'll tag him out in time to do like a witty trick.
Bambaleo.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, but nope. I guess I was wrong. He came out and.
First time Michael said that he's taking in his surroundings and preparing to strike like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's like he crawled out from under my chair.
Lost in Atlanta says, "I'm crying. I'm literally crying." All right, so I guess we can't really do much better than that. Let's go to some spoiler. So just to warn you guys, If you have not seen this movie, we are going to spoil it.
Raven Shadow, just to let you know, we're going to watch it.
Fuck, you're gonna watch it again?
We're going to review it.
And what we're going to do is we're going to play music underneath it. There's going to be a bed of spoiler music underneath it. So if you want to avoid spoilers, you can fast forward. If you still hear the music underneath it, that means we're still spoiling it. So we're good to you guys. We don't want, we want you to know when we're spoiling it. So just listen for the music. I have a feeling this may be 10 minutes. It could be about 10 minutes. Longer than most spoiler discussions. So let's get to the spoiler.
Soylent Green is people.
Spoiler alert. Warning.
Kylo Ren
Alert.
is Han and Leia's kid.
Spoiler alert.
The horse dies in the swamp of sorrows, a never-ending story.
I'm still hurting from that.
Marlon Brando dies while playing with his grandson.
Atreyu is a boy.
All right, spoiler time.
How are you wrong? How did we watch the same movie and you're wrong?
Yeah, how?
She did.
I love how you preface it by telling me I'm wrong.
She did a supervillain-like soliloquy on that
Yes.
diving board,
Yep.
reiterating that she knew exactly what she is.
Here's the thing. Those three, that's not the first time they've devoured someone.
Right.
Doesn't mean
Yeah.
that she's not a bad person either. She was the antibody that was introduced into this foul. Thing.
I think that's too much.
No.
I think it's too much.
She listened while someone got raped.
Well, here's the thing. I think that was. I don't know that actually happened. Because we also had, remember, was it Keanu Reeves with the knife?
She was dreaming.
Right.
Yes.
So
But she woke up.
So I think the
With
other
the knife
thing
in
was,
the mouth, yeah.
Right.
So I think the other thing was a dream. So I think that the three, whether they're a coven, they are some sort of witches. Or I don't know if witches is the right word, but
Get Wiley on Skype.
Some sort of cult.
Some sort of cult or coven or something like
I
that.
feel like no one's gonna drop like the V word. No vampire. Nothing.
I don't.
You know what?
I was feeling
the
like-
bathroom scene you're talking about?
Yeah, a hint of the hunger.
Yeah.
Just a skosh.
But they were
So-
outside.
Just a skosh nice.
But I mean,
Well,
can I read Wiley's text here? I don't know if she minds.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me talk a little bit more. So that's why, and Refn has said that he loves Suspiria, and I think wasn't he attached to remake it for a little while?
Yes.
So I know he's a huge fan of it, and I have a feeling that influenced a little bit about it. And
Yes.
one other thing that really feeds into this: what about the fucking mountain lion?
Right?
Like, if you look at the house where where it culminated,
Right.
where Jenna Malone's character was, there's one scene when she sits down on a couch. We watch it here right before, and it pans out a little bit, and I think it was a mountain lion behind her.
Yeah, it was like a stuffed mountain lion
Yeah,
on
right.
a
Now,
log or whatever.
now maybe that's just a weird coincidence, but
No,
I have a
I-
feeling that these three can also shapeshift.
Yeah, I think I sort of thought that might be a thing too. But again,
Sorry. Wow.
me and Wiley are on the same page here, strangely. So I'm gonna go to it. Like, just because they're bad doesn't mean that she can't be bad, or doesn't mean because
or maybe she just doesn't know that she's bad enough.
Well, here's the thing that I was
That
really
they're
hung up
training her.
on.
So she
So-
essentially gave herself up.
No, I think that they, I think that she isn't aware in that point of view in the same way that I think that because when they ask her when that one girl asked her what's it like to be the son, she says everything.
Mm-hmm.
She knows what she is. She
doesn't until the end, though.
I don't agree. She doesn't. When she went back,
she doesn't know who she is. That's why initially in the bathroom scene they say, "What are you, food or sex?"
Yeah.
The answer is food.
right. So, but she also doesn't succumb to their sex either, to anyone's sex.
Well, she does in a way. She gets devoured by them.
Well, yeah,
but he's meaning in the literal sense.
In the literal
where,
sense.
Yeah, where Jenna Malone was trying to get her swerve on.
She just as easily could have, like, I mean, if this is about the seduction of the innocent, she goes this whole entire film without actually getting seduced.
I mean, which is why you got the necrophilia scene going on.
Yeah, that's
I mean, you got Jenna Malone. She's getting her rocks off on a corpse,
like
at her place of employment.
Well, I think Jenna Malone is a very important character in this too.
She's
because
the villain in this.
She is
because, like, for instance, like, I think you see a lot of stuff at certain times through Jenna Malone's eyes, like the shower scene there, like the very hard body shower scene, and I think you're getting the POV of the unreliable narrator. You know what I mean? I think you're seeing, like, her fantasy of what's happening.
So let me talk a little bit about the end. So we have, I can't really explain what happened to Jenna Malone's character at the end after devouring her. I don't know what that means. But the other two, there was the fake one, the one that was all plastic surgery. She rejected her beauty. Mm-hmm. She could not handle her beauty because she was trying to make her own, like, this is how she saw beauty was some fake beauty, whereas Jesse's was a real organic beauty, So I think that she rejected it, and the other girl, I forget her name, but the other girl at the end, when she basically consumes the eye, she's okay with it because she is kind of natural,
Well, I also think that it's I think there's I don't think you're wrong in that part, but I think there's a tad bit more to it. I think it's just despite the fact that they got one up on her, I think that even in death she is like poison to their existence. I don't
That doesn't make sense to me, though. Whether or not that's what happened and maybe that's what he intended, for me when watching this, that does not make sense at all. This is a girl who goes to Hollywood, gets sucked up and basically chewed up and spit out by the industry, and that's what happens. And her story arc is that she finally basically acknowledges what she is, and that's something that she didn't early on. Like, she didn't admit to being, like, this natural beauty, and it's kind of like beauty is, I mean, I guess maybe it's getting too deep and it's beyond some of the story of this, but I think it's beauty is internal, right? And she had something different because she's not gorgeous looking. There's not something about her that everyone's like.
I think her
no,
look.
she's model attractive.
I don't know. I think I see the opposite.
I think it's an inner thing,
and I think she was. I think her makeup was done in a certain way to make it the opposite, because it's why. Because she wasn't, like Wolfie said, traditionally pretty like that, and they actually, as opposed to emphasize her beauty in a lot of cases, they de-emphasized her beauty, and it was more of an agitating thing for those two models because they are the cliche of what's beautiful. So not only did they do the thing where you had like the typical sort of rom-com thing or wherever else where the kind of ugly duckling is changed into the beautiful girl, they sort of made it so that she's she's not mousy and powerful until the end. Like she's mousy and kind of unattractive, and
I just think of that as they basically feed off of the beauty of others. Like, I don't think there's anything more to it than that. The fact that she realized what she was and was comfortable being, this beautiful person. I think that's the end of her story arc.
I don't think that there's anything comfortable about her. Like, I don't think she's portrayed as comfortable ever. I think she's portrayed as almost I have to word this diplomatically. I think that if her intent is not maniacal, I think she is innocent to the point of idiotic. And But I again say, if you watch it, every train wreck that she leaves from is she leaves very knowing. And even the way she handles the hayseed, she's the nicest to him when she needs him the most. When she's hurt and bleeding and needs money to pay for a thing, and as soon as he's...
Well, I also don't think she asked for help. I think he just offered it.
Well, I think that... I don't know. I think that she...
That's because that's who he was.
Manipulated him, even like subversively. Like, you know, like she made herself...
They never show any of that, so if it
No.
did happen, it's...
But, I mean, she definitely turned into a damsel in distress all of a sudden, right? She was laying on a bed, covered in blood, in a white dress. And, like, he came up to her, like, you know, like she woke up and, like, embraced him like a fairy tale. You know, like if you're Prince Charming, like, you're gonna do Prince Charming shit, and that's who he thought he was in that story.
Well,
but he was just another cog for her.
We're definitely going to disagree on this because I think you're giving her way more credit than I think is needed. But that's how we interpret it, and that's the beauty of a Refn film is it's not cut and dry. It's not spelled out for you. It's left to your own devices. You can figure out what it means to you, and if that's what you saw out of it, that's awesome. And I love that there's a film where we're kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum here almost, and we're pretty, you know, like we think that's it, you know, like
you're killing Wiley though.
Well, she's talking in the chat room. Like I don't know if she's texting you.
I'm not sure. She should have got on the phone, but I think that that's the real takeaway for me. I think that I agree with you because I think it was as obvious. I think the opposite was as obvious to me as it was to you.
This is the part where I was actually yelling at the TV.
Why?
Where are they fucking going? Like, what could they be doing next? Like, really? Like, what else do they have to do? Model.
They're going to 7-Eleven to get a chug jug.
Yeah, go to work.
Models got a model.
Yeah, I guess so. But God, I was fucking furious. The dog was scared.
Cities don't buy themselves, man.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah,
But that's the way we interpret it. MZ, was there anything else you wanted to talk about with relates to Suspiria or anything like that?
I would agree with you, Wolfie, that the industry, not so much any sort of building or anything, but it's the industry, the modeling industry, that is the is basically the ballet studio in Suspiria.
Yeah.
You know, it's a cover for some evil doings. Whether it's witchcraft or not, I don't know. I think this movie plays wonderfully in a double feature with Suspiria. The elements are all there.
And this is definitely more grounded in reality, I guess.
Yes.
Whereas that had a lot of more supernatural.
Yeah, that
things
was
going
more
on.
fantastical.
it showed its hand more anyway. There's elements of this that could have been, like I said, there was definitely some real subtle Val Lewton elements in this. Specifically, I guess, to be on the nose, two of his most famous scenes in Cat People, obviously involved a door with a giant cat behind it and a pool scene. Right.
I was hoping.
See, so, I think that them, that's the element I agree with you on. I do think there were some supernatural elements to this.
And it's one of those ones that I think we'll need another watch to really kind of put more of that together. So it looks like Los Atlantis is putting in the chat room now. She says, "Gah, the industry didn't wrong her.
She's
the
right
broads
there.
that she encounters are bad news."
The industry actually did her right the whole time.
But that's what I'm saying is that they are bad news. They're the villains of the story.
Right, but they're not the industry, though.
Are they the villains, or is LA the villain? Is Wonderland the villain, and it's having different effects on each of them? Because I felt like that characterization of making the city a character, that's the villain. The villain is the environment, and they're all victims.
Well, if that's the case, then everybody that ever enters into L.A. or Hollywood or whatever is a victim.
Well,
which essentially is true, but in the world of this movie, I think it.
I mean,
it's
if
just.
you're-
I think it's just with the industry.
If you're Refn and you made Drive, and then the next thing you were offered was Logan's Run, like you probably have a pretty cynical view of Los Angeles and Hollywood as a whole.
Yeah.
You know, so
And also, like, he has this weird kind of relationship with Hollywood, I would imagine, because I don't know what Hollywood thinks of him, because he has done some, Only God Forgives was definitely not a Hollywood picture.
no.
Maybe Drive was the closest thing he had. But he's very much an art house director, an indie director, but
Yeah.
he's someone who gets more of a budget than most people normally would
Yeah.
in that. So he is kind of on the fringe.
Do you think his casting of Keanu and Christina Hendricks might have some play into whether or not Hollywood is paying attention to him?
They're probably friends.
I think it's probably that he just wanted to cast them.
Yeah, I think that Hendrix,
Because Hendricks has
Was-
been in,
almost all of his films.
a lot of his films.
Yeah, she was in Drive. She was also in the Gauze's movie. I think that I think they have more to do with the fact that actors, and I'm not saying this very broadly because if you choose to call me an artist at all, like this is my take on it. People want like a degree of street cred. You know what I mean? For me, musically, like it was important for me to be produced by D-Watt because D-Watt is a phenomenal producer. It was important for me to be produced by people like Paul Danello and Roger LaValle because at that time, that's who you wanted your fucking record made by. Were those people? And I think that actors like any other artist, like Refn is a Polanski or a Kubrick. He's an auteur director in an era of film, in an era of time where I don't think there are a lot of auteur directors, or at least like ones that are very well respected. So.
Okay, so important question then for everybody defending it. Do you have anything nice to say about this movie that doesn't start with "well, in this other movie" or "as a director"? Or can you say something nice about this movie in a vacuum?
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Anything else?
It was effective in its gore, and I think it was effective in its story.
I wanted more gore, if anything. If they were going to call it a horror movie, a little splash here and there didn't fill me.
I was almost like with how looteny it was and how, like, it's two very different things. Like when you get that Argento influence, and the expectation of Refn at all, like I was almost disappointed that it went there at all. But I think that it. I don't want to say it struck the right balance. I think it gave more gore than maybe it needed. Was more like in your face because I think the most effective parts you didn't necessarily see. You maybe saw the after effect. You saw her in the pool. You saw them covered in her blood. But I think that Jenna Malone was awesome in this. I think that.
I really liked her tattoos at the end too by the pool. That was a nice touch.
Oh yeah,
I think this might be.
It reminded me of my younger bad person days.
I think this might be a breakout for her. Obviously, she's been around for a very long time, and she's had some fairly big roles. But I think this one could be one that that gets her some other work.
Well, hopefully, she doesn't end up in Warner Brothers superhero movie Purgatory, though.
Yeah. All right, so
pipelines.
We do have a schedule to keep, so I want to keep this moving along. So we are going to go now to the verdict.
Trick or treat, baby.
I wonder if people would say you're a trick or a treat.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
All right, verdict time. We're going to let you know whether this flick was a trick or a treat and any final thoughts we may have. Raven Shadow.
I agree with what everyone said.
With everyone. I liked it. Other people didn't like it, so you agree with all of us.
Sorry, let me take it back. I agree with what Jenny and Raven Shadow said.
You're agreeing with yourself.
Yes. It's a fucking trick. Okay.
Jenny.
It was like being held hostage by a perfume ad. Trick.
Oh yeah. There you go, Jenny. There you go. It was like fucking they're really bad Gem and holograms. They were bad.
MZ.
I like Gem.
No, but I wish it was.
I enjoyed this. I really did. Believe it or not, I actually liked the Refn film, and now because of that, I am going to have to revisit his other works.
The interesting thing was, you liked Only God Forgives. You did not. You both hated Drive. You like this. You did not. Like, it's so weird.
And now here's the thing, though, too.
You had your turn.
I know. What the fuck? You talked for like fucking 3 fucking hours now. Fucking the guy's movie already came out and did the fucking poster for it.
What?
The guy, I guess, we did a movie. Poster movie.
He
came out.
Poster movie.
Oh
I
God.
don't know what I'm talking about.
Poster movie.
Poster movie.
I'm gonna jump out the window.
Please.
Just when I agree with you.
And you know the nods to Argento, specifically Suspiria and Kubrick, are undeniable. But it's not like he steals the ideas; he uses them to his benefit.
Well, he has his own style.
He definitely has his own style, and is an original. I enjoyed this quite a bit. This is a treat.
Los Atlantis is pissed at you. She says, "MZ, no, I thought we were cool."
We are cool, babe. Don't worry about it.
Babe. All right, Marsman.
Jenny, the score was incredible. This was the best lit film of 2016. I think that
they had really good craft services.
I think it was a visual tour de force. Was
I
that
agree
enough?
With all of that, it's just putting McDonald's on a really nice plate doesn't make it gourmet.
No, but I think that
in Raven Shadow's house it does.
I realized halfway through this is really the wrong.
He puts a little parsley on the side.
But I think that's okay sometimes, right?
Drinks wine from a box.
But it's really beer in there.
Yeah. Doesn't even put it in a glass. He just drinks it from the spigot.
It started out as juice. He just
like there's a reason that Pulp Fiction and Boondock Saints is Boondock Saints, right? Like, not everything has to be. Some things are okay that, whether it's an element of it or a whole thing that it's just a dumb pop song that looks good. Like sometimes that's okay. It's how it's the difference of a dumb pop song by something very vapid like Britney Spears or a dumb pop song by Depeche Mode. And I think that this was a dumb pop song by an auteur. This was a dumb pop song by somebody with a very distinct sound. And for me, this was I'm moving away from the screen because she will hit me. For me, this is a treat.
Los Atlantis says, "Fucking Trick. It's a pretty flick, cool to watch with the dialogue stripped out."
Yeah.
All right, for me, this movie is a treat.
Did I say trick?
No, you said treat.
Okay, good. Thanks.
No, you got it wrong. Don't worry.
This movie is a treat. It is fucking gorgeous. This is something. This should be like put in a museum. Like it's so fucking gorgeous, and I think Refn is on the top of his game. This is definitely not my favorite flick of his.
No,
and I do think that it is a little the symbolism and the subtext is not quite as difficult to understand as other films. Although, because we disagree, maybe it is. But this is a really, really fucking cool flick. It's gorgeous, and I am looking forward to checking it out again so I can kind of make heads and tails of it and see what happens at the end, if that changes my opinion or kind of illuminates more about the films that I didn't quite understand initially. So
actually, before we keep going,
yes,
because there's one comparison that I feel like everyone in this room is going to want to punch me for.
Okay,
I've never wanted.
We're never going to do
Get
that.
ready. Get ready.
Yep.
Just the slightest little tones of Velvet Goldmine.
Whoa, slow it down.
Oh, Jesus.
What are you doing?
I have never seen it, so.
Okay, so it's also pretty and vapid, but it's really fun and enjoyable to watch. It's the
history
what's
of
its name?
it's
the David Bowie biography ripoff, but it's also a fable.
It's about
is the thing.
It's also isn't it partially about Ian Curtis and stuff like that, or is it earlier than that?
There's some Iggy Pop.
Oh yeah,
in
it's like
there.
it's like Lou Reed and stuff,
that,
though, right?
Yeah, but
okay,
it's all this weird hodgepodge of fucked up shit and put over like a really cheap music video. But it's fantastic and it's still engaging in it, and I felt a lot of tones of that here, where it was that kind of taking real life and then we're gonna just skin it with a fable and we're gonna get that weird fantasy tone. But they nailed it for me. This one didn't have my fantasy tone.
All right, so that's gonna do it for our coverage of the Neon Demon.
And there was no fucking demons.
She was the Neon Demon.
No, a real demon with wings and a tail.
Okay, here you go. What if the Neon Demon is like a literal thing? Because all of those really stylized lit shots are when they're in that Wonderland mode, and all of the natural lighting is when she's back in like normal life, applying for jobs and walking down the street. What if the Neon Demon is the light?
Oh shit! That's a fucking movie. It's right there.
Hold on.
That's like that. Mic drop.
All right, so next week we're gonna do a flick that just hit VOD called "I Am Not a Serial Killer," and Jakey Poo from Cult of Muscle actually had watched this and asked if we were going to do it, and kind of moved it up the list a little bit because it seemed like it might be pretty interesting. So it is available on video on demand if you guys want to check it out and play along at home. It's called I Am Not a Serial Killer, and it has Christopher Lloyd in it.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool.
Hold on.
What are we holding on for?
Well,
You keep
despite the
saying,
fact
"Hold
I
on."
just talked about this for about an hour and a half.
Yeah, we have to go soon.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter till I put it on Letterboxd. Hold on a second.
All right,
The letterbox.
The letterbox.
Joe DiCanio.
DiCanio.
Yeah.
The Canio. The letterbox.
The letterbox. Yeah.
All right,
So stupid that joke carries as much as it does.
I left in the car at times.
So when we come back, we are going to open up our presents from Derek Rook. We also have a special message from someone that I'm going to play. And we're going to connect up with Odd and Macabre Sean very shortly. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
One dark and stormy night in the mid-'80s, Joe Bob Briggs, Harlan Ellison, and the ghost of El Santo pulled a train on Elvira while Siskel and Ebert sobbingly masturbated in the corner. From that union arose the greatest movie critic and luchador that ever lived. But we're not going to talk about him. He's kind of a dick. Instead, we're going to talk about me, El Goro, the stuttering movie fan and host of the Talk Without Rhythm podcast. Every week on Talk Without Rhythm, I discuss 2 to 3 movies tangentially tied together by a theme. I cover action.
I'm the most complete fighter in the world.
Sci-fi.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Horror.
Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
And the continuing adventures of James Spader, sexual deviant.
You're not worried that I'm going to fuck you, are you? I'm not interested in that, not in the least. Now pull up your skirt.
So check me out at tworpodcast.blogspot.com, drunkenzombie.com, or subscribe on iTunes. Talk Without Rhythm, the only podcast that will not attract the world. Adios.
I'm Alex West. And I'm Andrea Subasati, and we're from the Faculty of Horror podcast.
And you're listening to Trick or Treat Radio.
Oh, delicious nerds. Ms. M knows you like to chat it up with other sexy shut-ins about comics, movies, video games, and your favorite TV shows. If that sounds like you, cuddle up to the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group, or the FIB. That stands for Fan Interaction Board. Just go to Facebook and search for Trick or Treat Radio and have more fun than a Jedi at a lightsaber sale. Not enough? Watch us on YouTube, the Deadites TV, all one word. Last but not least, check out the world's most dangerous talk radio show, Trick or Treat Radio, at trickortreatradio.com.
Worcester, Massachusetts, a barren wasteland of dull. But in October, that changes forever. The 14th through the 16th, the Deadites will be in attendance at the Rock and Shock Horror Convention. Come hang out with the Deadites and the stars of Trick or Treat Radio all weekend long. But that's not all. On October 15th at the Cove Music Hall, the Deadites headline an all-star night of dance music and ghoulish getting down. Worcester will never be the same.
MZ, we're all alone.
Finally.
So
Because it's something I've been wanting to do for a long, long time.
Oh, Jesus. So unfortunately, Jenny had to peace out during the break. Everything's fine. She just she had to catch her ride. So we thank Jenny for coming on, though. She is always insightful, always adds a ton to the show, and she's the best. So
she is cool. She is real cool.
And
she's got a style that's just,
all her own.
It's addicting. She's very, very awesome.
All right, so we are going to open up our gifts in just a few moments. Well, I'm waiting for everyone else.
Hey, hurry up!
Hurry up, you dicks! And then I have a voicemail that I want to play from someone.
Well,
so, MZ, since Weird Wednesday is doing Baskin right now, do you recall your thoughts about Baskin?
Yeah.
You liked it, right?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all liked it.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Definitely a nice kind of throwback, right?
Absolutely. It's it's a throwback, but at the same time, it was very, very, it had a modern feel to it. It was just a tremendous amount of gore involved, and the
father, right?
The father, yeah. Oh, yeah. That guy.
Yeah,
that guy's an original. He should be in more movies, man.
Yeah.
The only thing is that I think he's going to end up, he's got such an original look to him. I feel that he's going to be typecast into.
Well, I mean, I think
bizarro roles.
I think he kind of has to be, like.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to play, Mr. Cleaver down the street. It's. Maybe he could be become like another Michael Berryman or Rondo Hatton or something like that. Somebody who could use their appearance to gain roles, as opposed to just trying to be a leading man or a secondary character. But
all right, well, I think Mars already opened his, so let's go ahead.
It's right here.
Well, he knows what it is at least. We got to go because. Time. Crunch for time.
Yes.
So we received envelopes from our good buddy Derek Rook from Rough House Publishing, and we're going to open them up right now. So let's go ahead. Open these bad boys up. Can you do it, MZ?
He's got a lot of glue on these things.
It ain't web fluid.
Hey, yeah, it's going to say it's not glue. Oh, man.
Come on.
Holy shit. Oh, wow. Oh, man. I am looking right now.
Shit, dude.
Gore Shriek Resurrectus Volume 1. We have cover A and cover B. Look at this shit.
Oh, my God.
Look at the different covers.
These are sweet. Cover A and cover B, Resurrectus, and it has that famous ribbon in the corner saying "Warning: contains disturbing material and is not intended for children."
Well, I don't feel it has that in it.
This
it's nice.
looks incredible.
There's something in the back here. Does anyone want to open that up
I
and
don't
see
know
what that is? I'm gonna put mine away for now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so cool, Derek. You are the fucking man. This is so cool, man. Thank you so much, buddy.
Derek, thank you, dude.
Thank you, Derek.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to open up mine. I'm going to find out what this is.
All right.
I'm hot as a rock. Hot as a rook.
Hard as a rook. All right, so...
See that picture of that guy yesterday? He looked like the Winter Soldier.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I was going to show it to my special lady friend. I was like, nope.
Yeah, I've been working out for about 6 months, and I'm like...
You know what it is? It's a sealed envelope. I don't know if I want to open it.
Oh, shit.
It's an envelope, and it's sealed. I'm like, oh, man, what the hell's in there?
Wow, okay, well...
Raven Shot, open yours up and tell us.
I want to.
It's probably a big middle finger.
Fuck you. It's the fucking bill.
It's magic. Fuck you.
It's magic. Fuck you. Nothing up my sleeve. It's a bird. Fuck you.
All
right.
Let's see
this. So we are going to listen to a voicemail.
Oh, and it's signed.
Oh, it's...
Is it really?
Yeah, they are. They're signed.
Oh, nice.
By,
I'm going to hate myself in the morning.
Tom Schoolin?
Rook. Yes.
Rook?
Yes. Tom Schoolin.
Are you opening it?
Oh, he's opening it.
He's opening the envelope.
I was hoping I could trick MZ into it.
No, fat chance, buddy.
All right, while you open that envelope, I'm going to play the voicemail that we got. This is... What? Oh, you got it open.
Roughhouse decal.
Roughhouse decal.
In a Gore Street decal.
Gore Street decal. Nice. All right, I guess we all better open it up.
I'm gonna fucking open it. I'm gonna fucking open it.
All right, so guys, I want you guys all to hear this.
Yes.
We got a voicemail from... Nope. Not Helen. From the director of Baskin, Ken Evernall.
Whoa!
And I wanted to play that before we go into the next segment here. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, and then I'm going to get ready to connect up with OddNMacabre Sean, okay?
Okay.
So let me go ahead and play this from Ken.
Nice.
Ken, thank you so much. I don't know if you're listening, but thank you so much for doing this, man. I wanted to let him know about Weird Wednesday, and he wanted to send a voicemail. So fucking cool. So let's hear from Ken Evernall, the director of Baskin. Oh, it might help if I actually turn the sound on 1 sec.
Corner Macabre Sean. I just wanted to get that out of the way before he got on.
All right, here we go.
Hello, Trick or Treat Radio. This is Ken Evernall, writer, director of Baskin, as we say in Turkish. And right now I'm recording this message to you guys from my house in Istanbul. And I'm so happy and so honored that you picked Baskin for this episode of Trick or Treat. And I'm generally super happy about the journey of the film and the reception it got worldwide. It was meant to be this half horror, half art house, half puzzle of a film that I wanted to pour all my feelings since whenever. And usually I'm a TV commercial director. I started as a short filmmaker, and then I started doing some TV commercials to pay the bills. But I was always aiming to make a feature film, a horror film one day. And finally, Baskin. And in 2 months' time, I'm shooting my new horror film, Housewife.
Nice.
This time it's going to be in English with an English-speaking cast. And if I have to say a little something about the making of the film, something interesting, I have to mention the villain of Baskin, Baba, the father. He's a non-actor, and he doesn't have any prosthetic makeup on his face. That's actually how he looks. And he's working in a car park. He's a car park attendant, and I was so lucky that my cast director found him and that we connected with the guy. And although he doesn't have any knowledge of any horror film or whatsoever, I made him watch some Hellraiser, Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now, and we kind of had very intellectual and emotional talks about what we wanted to do with this outsider artist of a guy who spent much of his life as an outcast, but he was very courageous, and the way battled and struggled in life, and he ended up being a movie star. He's a local celebrity right now. Cool. So yeah, that's a little interesting story there I wanted to throw out for Trick or Treat fans. Yeah, thank you so much for having us on the show, and enjoy the show. Talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye.
That's awesome, man. On the show twice, Daddy.
Okay, scratch that. Maybe you guys can edit. Dear Johnny Wolfenstein. Is that your real name, by the way? Wolfenstein? Wolfenstein was my father's favorite PC game. Like, he was playing that until 4 a.m. I remember, like, when I was really young. Anyway, yeah, maybe for the ending, you can just edit this. Any way you wish. I don't know. I'm kind of getting lost with this voice message. Guys, thank you so much for having me on the show. And stay scared, as Romero says. Bye.
What a cool
wow, that's
dude.
awesome. Please tell me he has that music behind him when he talks all the time. How awesome.
I want to get a large cheese pizza.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
It's that's so awesome.
Yeah, I can't thank Ken enough. That was so fucking cool to hear about.
So awesome of him.
I can't wait. That's awesome. We get a little scoop. I didn't know he was
the housewife, huh?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to. Well, we're definitely gonna keep an eye out for that.
Absolutely. That was
our Raven Shadow's done.
Yeah. He's already. I'm out of here. I'm not gonna watch.
We heard from Ken Evernall. I'm all done.
Yeah.
That was so fucking cool. Thank you so much, Ken. That
Thank you.
was really awesome. And man, we love your movie. It is so cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
I never get sick of talking about it, so I'm glad we're gonna do some more.
Right.
Speaking of Baskin, we're just gonna talk about it for a few more minutes. So, Mars, if you would, I guess just I'm gonna connect up with OddNMacabre Sean. Just I don't know, say something about Baskin.
Well, here's what I will say, sir. I want to give credit where credit is due. We're going to talk about it, and a lot of cool people we're tweeting back and forth about it on Twitter today. But if you've not heard our buddy Al Goro on Talk Without Rhythms review, he too loved your film and did the smart version of the review we did. So definitely check that out. But Baskin is a movie that I love because it hit me. It was all the visual stuff that I love, and also hit me in the City of the Living Deads. It hit me in the Beyond, like the stuff that I love the most about Fulci. But unlike Fulci, I felt like he did a very good job of bringing the characters to life in a really short amount of time. And I think it was just like the best of both worlds, and it's why it was my instant pick of last month on Trick or Treat Radio. And I recommend it to anybody who's looking for something fucking awesome, even if they're not a horror fan. I warn them that you might have a rough ride, but you're gonna see something visually spectacular.
Yeah, I like how he mentioned about how he got him to watch Hellraiser, and we see the script as being very, very Clive Barker like.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to take this opportunity now because we are talking about Baskin. And since it just was featured on OddNMacabre's Weird Wednesday Tweet and Watch event, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to bring in OddNMacabre Sean because he is an amazing artist. He is a force on Twitter, and if you are a fan of horror, you should be his friend and following him on Twitter because he has some really, really awesome events. So we're now joined by OddNMacabre Sean.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Good, man.
Hey.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sean. I know you're a busy dude. You have a lot going on, so we really appreciate you taking some time to hang out with us.
Oh, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So I got to ask. I mean, obviously, we'll talk. We'll just spend a couple minutes with Baskin, and I want to move on to some other things. But I want to ask how these events came to be because it turns out that we were actually, I think, following each other on Twitter before I even found out about the events. But I found out about them when you did They're Watching because we had the directors of They're Watching on our show a few months back, and they were super, super impressed with the event that you ran and loved seeing everyone talking about it on Twitter. And, that's how it kind of hit me to it. And then I realized you were doing these almost every night. And it's such a cool thing, especially for horror fans to basically you're hanging out with other horror fans. And it's such a cool event. So how did these initially come to be?
Just different people. We all started talking and decided to do it. And I just kind of been organizing it, and I have some help from some people, and just pull it together.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing. And how long have you been doing these now?
Probably about maybe 6 weeks now, I think.
Okay, so it is okay. So I'm glad I didn't miss it by months or something like that, because I think you did their watching pretty early on. I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, we the big one is though we're going to be doing for October. We're going to be doing events every night.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yep. So it's going to be interesting.
So you're basically not going to get any sleep or get any work done at all in October.
Well, it doesn't start till 10, so I've got some time.
So that's going to be very cool. That's such a cool thing. I mean, for horror fans, I mean, obviously October is a very special time for all of us. For whatever reason, horror films just take on greater meaning in October, right? MZ,
that's true.
Yeah, MZ, I know you've been a lifelong fan of horror. Is that something that you would agree with?
Oh, absolutely. It's every day is Halloween, but there's something special in the air in October that makes you want to up the amount of horror films that you watch in a normal day by at least one or two more films.
Well, the stimuli out there, you know what I mean? Like, you see it, and like I'm a one of my favorite things about Halloween is that I'm a black cat enthusiast. So, like I'm already getting like all the black cat trading cards, and all the black cat stickers and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, not trading cards, like greeting cards and everything else when I see them, and like, like I'm gross in like little cartoon Frankensteins and all this other stuff. And then, as much as I love it, I'm not going to go home and watch the Holy Grail after that. You know what I mean? Like I want to go home and I want to watch Pumpkinhead, or I want to watch, a great Universal monster movie, or one of my gazillion Friday the 13th. So, it's like the show is called Trick or Treat Radio. Like we love it. We love it.
Yeah. So. I'm sure you were monitoring most of the tweets tonight, Sean, and it sounds like we definitely put the weird in Weird Wednesday tonight, huh?
Yeah. Yep. A few people say they got pretty disturbed by it.
That's awesome.
Good. Very good.
It is definitely I could see it being a divisive film. It's not for everybody, but it is an extreme film, and there's some pretty, it's definitely not for the faint of heart, and it's a very cool movie, and I'm glad that a movie like this exists in 2016, and I'm glad that people are checking it out. Whether they liked it or not, I'm really glad that people are at least checking it out.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's different movies for different folks. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
Some people are going to like one thing, some people are going to like another thing. I mean, I mean, that's one of the things, like with doing these movie events. I mean, we're not going to be able to, not everybody's going to like every movie that, that we put up.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far in the, in the short history of doing these, watch and tweet events, was there one film that was overwhelmingly received well, and like more than the others?
Well, The Exorcist, when that one was a pretty hopping night.
And I'm sure that one probably had a mix of people who had seen it and probably a lot of people that hadn't.
Mainly people that had seen it. I think there were very few that hadn't.
Okay.
Very few. Jaws was another one.
Yeah.
That people really, flocked to.
Yeah, absolutely. Mars, they just did Jaws over this past weekend.
Yeah, it's my favorite movie of all time.
Yep.
For me, it's the most classic thing of like a horror movie, because my special lady friend put it on the other day. It's on Netflix, probably obviously while you guys attacked it, and I did what I do a lot when Jaws comes on. I left the room because it really terrifies me in like a primal, visceral way, and I just couldn't I couldn't have my jam session that fucked up by watching Jaws for a little while.
Well, he's scared of fishermen,
It's true.
Yeah, Mars, was your fear of sharks that was born from that, right?
I'm not sure. I mean, there's definitely some it was living in the being the age I am. There was a great amount of things to scare the living hell out of me to be in the water in the ocean.
Right.
Radio Violente, did I say that right that time?
Violenta.
Just did a phenomenal. I've never loved something that I couldn't pronounce more than that podcast. Just did a phenomenal sharksploitation show a few episodes back, and they both brought up the film Alligator. And
great.
Alligator's got a scene in it that I think might like Jaws made it so that I didn't want to go in the ocean. Like Alligator cemented the fact that I'm not like I don't even like to take baths. So,
what's a good thing you didn't have what happened to me? I was probably about seven or 8 years old out in the ocean, and I felt something weird clamp on my foot. I lifted my foot up, and I had a sand shark.
Oh my God!
No shit.
No.
Oh my God!
No
And
shit.
I freaked out. I ran out of that water so fast.
I hung out with a girl once, and I liked her a lot.
That's horrifying.
I liked her a lot, but we hung out for a while. But I was determined I was going to marry her because her father was attacked and horribly scarred by a shark, and it was my justification. Like
Wow.
anybody who mocked me, I would have been just like, "Look at my dad."
So just in checking out the chat room here, so it looks like we had some people follow you here to check out the live stream, and it looks like Finn Maddington says, I really like when Sean hosts movies that are basically unheard of. The classics are always good, but the undiscovered films are my favorite to watch with this group. So that's a really nice endorsement, and it's cool because I see a lot of I don't get to play along with all the films you do, but when I do, I see a lot of the same people popping up, and it's really cool that people are really into these events, and I think it's fantastic, and I think what you're doing is awesome, and I'm glad that it exists out there.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, like Legend of Hell House, a lot of people I don't think had really seen that one before.
That's a great one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a classic.
Yeah, it is for sure. I think what's so cool about what you're doing, man, is that if you're on a group in Facebook, like that's very passive, right? Like you get those updates, and it comes, and you could definitely, if you know the hashtag, you can follow these, but to be involved, you have to actually interact in this, and I think that like you're actually in a time when everything is, while you were using social media to do it, you're bringing horror fans together to interact right then. You know what I mean? It's not like, while you can look at it later on, I guess, like I can, check a horror group on Facebook like 9 hours after somebody said something, but to be part of this discussion,
the live discussion.
Yeah, like it's like you're doing a horror town hall every single week, and I think that's fucking cool, man.
Thanks. Glad you like it.
Yeah, and even like just in the chat room now, Jamie Bobbitt says, I first saw Jaws during the tweet event, and it was incredible. I was worried it wouldn't hold up, but it absolutely did. So lots of people are checking out these classic films that maybe might not have seen them or rewatching them, and it's a really fantastic thing. And so, like you said, I mean, we got a few weeks for people to prep, but in October, every single night you're going to be doing these tweet and watch events, and they're going to be. Is every single one going to be at 10 p.m.?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Although I might do some like maybe marathons or something on the weekends, but I haven't decided fully yet. I mean, I would like at some point to do a couple Godzilla movies, but the problem is none of that's on Netflix.
Yeah.
So, I've got to rely on like Hulu and stuff like that. And the thing is, I mean, not everybody has Hulu. I mean, not everybody has Netflix, but you know what I mean? More people have Netflix than Hulu, so I'm trying to still, sort it out.
Yeah, of course. And, and I guess there's one thing that maybe might not be a bad idea is trying to maybe touch base with folks at like maybe Shudder or some of the other, kind of lesser services that really specialize in horror. And, who knows, maybe they would be willing to, I think some of them do have free trials. So it could be something like that.
Like Hulu does.
Yep. Okay, cool.
They have a free trial. So, but I mean, like on Hulu, there's a great movie, 13, no, not 13, Ghost of Goodbye Lane.
Okay.
And that's incredible with Billy Zane, and it's one that people really haven't heard of.
Yeah, it's not one that I've actually heard of.
So, I mean, that's the thing. So, I mean, there's a lot. And another great one that's not on any of the, like, Netflix or anything is Satan's Little Helper.
Yeah, I love it.
I
love it.
I think that is on Shudder, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure.
It was at least. For
Yeah,
a
it
little
was.
while,
It was
yeah.
at one time. I'm a really big fan of that film, and like the fact that like I keep waiting for that time. That and Dog Soldiers, I keep waiting for them to find the audience that it kind of deserves.
Yeah.
That's the thing. A lot of people just don't know they exist.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if companies out there, if there's anyone out there that listening to this that has a film, that's available on one of these streaming sites, or even if there's a company, someone that works for a company that, streaming service, or even a boutique company like Scream Factory or Artsploitation or whatever, I would say maybe get in touch with Sean and and see about getting your film, viewed, get it to the right people, because what he's doing, it's this kind of grassroots thing that's really taken off. And
Right.
we have some other comments in the chat room. We have Natalia says, I recently moved to a different state. These live tweets have been my friends. A really
That's
amazing
awesome.
thing to do. Thanks, Sean.
That's great.
Cool.
And as far as to back up Wolfie's, Shudder, a boutique thing, if by chance there's anybody listening affiliated with those, your whole business model is predicated on giving people who already wants it. But like, if you have an instance where somebody just happens to like stumble upon this tweet thing and they've never seen one of the films that you put out or a film you make, you're curating on your streaming site, and now they're a fan, or now they didn't know that, like, geez, I didn't think I needed a streaming just horror site.
Yeah.
But like, it's the not to monetize the thing that you're doing awesomely to bring people together, but I mean, all good things should be rewarded, I guess, in my book.
Yeah. And just a couple more comments. Rachel in the chat room says, agreed, the live tweet events have made my weeknights a lot more lively, although I'm having more nightmares than usual.
Awesome.
And Finley is pushing hard for this Evil Dead Army of Darkness back-to-back, Sean. He says, I'm going to push it every time the topic comes up.
Well, that's one we could probably do because a lot of people have that on DVD. So that's one. We did Nightmare on Elm Street like that.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing you did that. And I guess another one you could maybe do too is, I don't know if enough people have access to it. That's the problem. But I do know that the second season of Ash vs. Evil Dead's coming up. And, I know the first one is available. So that, could do a marathon of that perhaps. I'm sure you have no shortage of great ideas. So I'm sure there's a lot of good things out there.
Well, like one I'm planning on doing coming up, though, is I'm not sure if I'm going to wait till October or not. It's one of the worst movies ever made, quote-unquote, Plan 9.
Oh, yes. Is either that or Troll 2? I didn't know which one you were going to say.
Actually, I've been in touch with the people who own Troll 2, and I've been trying to figure out a way that we could do it.
Really?
Oh, very cool. That's
Nice,
awesome.
nice. Well, the great thing about Plan 9 is the fact, I mean, you could watch that on YouTube. I mean, that's a piece of cake. I watched it on YouTube just a couple days ago, as a matter of fact.
true,
and
yeah.
I watched.
Well, yeah, it's a public domain film, so it's no problem.
Right, and I just recently watched it today, Bride of the Monsters. So I was on an Ed Wood kick this week. And so
See, the public
that's the
domain
great thing about YouTube.
Well, see, the public domain movies, what we're doing is we're setting up a channel on YouTube where we're hosting these public domain movies, so people
awesome,
can automatically go right there and watch it, because it's perfectly legal to upload public domain flicks like Plan 9. So and that channel's Nerdsy Ninja.
Okay. Very cool. That's a so. While we're talking about it right now, we'll definitely get all your social media stuff later on. But while we're talking about it, why don't you go ahead and let people know how they can follow you on Twitter?
Just at OddNMacabre.
So folks out there, go, if you're not on Twitter, you just create an account, or even just, you can even just search for the hashtags of, whichever, obviously on Wednesdays we have Weird Wednesdays. Would you mind running down all the different events that you have right now, Sean, just so we get all the hashtags?
Yeah, it's Weird Wednesday, it's Thursday Frights, Friday Night Dead, and Saturday Screams.
Okay, cool. And then, keep an eye out there, folks. In October, it's going to be doing every night, so I'm sure there'll be some additional hashtags popping up. And Foggy says, people from all over the world watch. It's quite amazing. And Kate says, really glad I'm able to watch these movies with great people. And Finley also says, what are you guys saying? Plan 9? I've never heard of that.
Great movie.
So these are all very cool events, and people really ought to get out there and keep an eye out for these, because it's a lot of fun. And if you're ever in on a weekday between Wednesdays and Saturdays right now, they're always happening Wednesday through Saturday, and then eventually they're going to be every night in October. So keep an eye out for those. And even more importantly, though, Sean, I want to talk about your artwork, because I think that's kind of what this all stems from. Is you're a big fan of horror, very clearly, and you have a very unique style of art. I love kind of it reminds me, not necessarily with the way it looks, but just in the composition and the mixed media, reminds me of a little bit of Dave McKean. And I don't know if he's an influence of yours or not, but that's just the immediate thing that comes to mind with me. But talk about your art, how long you've been doing it, and things like that.
Since around the age of like 3 or 4, actually.
Okay, wow.
So, and it just started, really, I just started drawing weird stuff around then, and
Yeah.
I continued doing it.
Yep. So this is the mixed media thing, is that a concerted effort, or is that just kind of the look that you kind of gravitated towards, that you enjoyed?
Well, I have different styles, and what I'm doing is right now I'm trying to show people some of the different. I've got some new pieces that are coming out that are a bit different than what people are seeing, used to seeing me do. So, because I have like a different range, but I really, I mean, I don't do like super realistic though.
Yeah.
It's my work's surreal. I mean, no matter what I do, it still has that surreal feel to it.
Mm-hmm. And now, how do you do most of your art? Do you do all of your art digitally, or do you ever work in physical space?
Well, I used to do acrylics and pastels.
Yep.
And then I discovered my handy-dandy trackball, and I've been using it ever since.
Nice.
So, I mean, and that seems weird to people, too, because most people, draw with a pen on the computer, where I use a trackball, and I love it because back with my acrylic days and stuff, I used to actually like take my fingers right into the paint and get great close up to it and everything.
Yeah.
And the thing is the trackball gives me that precision that I want.
That's interesting, because I do know a lot of digital artists, and I've never heard anyone say that they use a trackball. I think that's amazing.
So I say I used to use a mouse, and then I went ahead and discovered the trackball, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And it's been that way ever since. Plus, I mean, honestly, and this might sound weird, but I can sit right back on my couch, even draw, watch TV, and right on the laptop, and the trackball's not moving anywhere, and I'm just, steadily doing my thing and painting.
That's true. I would say most artists I know have either like a Cintiq or a tablet or something along those lines, and I think that's really cool. I don't know if you've ever done any of this sort of thing or would ever, but I think it would be fantastic to kind of see your process, like kind of a video.
I've been asked about that, so I'm going to do that at some point.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting. I can't imagine there's too many artists that are using a trackball, but I think it's very cool.
Well, it's not really that much different if you think about it, though. Like if you've ever done like charcoal or anything, where you take the charcoal and you rub it in, and then you're using the eraser to erase it and everything. I mean, if you think about it, it's not really all that difficult. Different.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm not an artist in the traditional sense, so just even thinking about doing anything that's not a stick figure is tough for me. So.
But I mean, plus you've got tools where you can smudge and everything.
Yep. And
the other cool thing too is digital. You can zoom in.
Yeah.
Without going ahead and sticking your face in the paint.
Of course.
So that's the thing.
You have a I don't know if this is your only your highest profile piece, or if you've done other stuff like this, but you had sent me a poster of Death House. So there's this upcoming horror film, which most people into horror probably are aware that it exists and it's going to be coming out. But this is essentially, I think they've been billing it as what are they billing it as, MZ? The
The Expendables of horror.
The Expendables of horror.
Yeah, they really. Yeah, the thing is, it's really. I mean, you could consider it that because it's like the Expendables was, you know what I mean, like all these big action stars, you know what I mean. But that's really about it. I mean, this has nothing to do with, you know what I mean. Like Kane Hodder is not Jason. He's a, you know what I mean. Some people are calling it like the Expendables of horror, expecting like Captain Spaulding versus Jason or whatever, and that's not what it is at all. I mean, it's incredible cast. I mean, it's the largest gathering of horror icons ever done in one film.
Yeah, just even looking at your poster, it's like damn impressive. It takes up like pretty much the whole left side of the poster, So it's
and we've got a few other I've got a few other pieces that I'm working on for Death House too.
Oh, very, very cool. So Death House, if you guys haven't seen the poster right now, if you're watching the live feed, you can see it. I have it kind of posted up in the corner of the stream here. But if you guys have not seen it, you should just do a search for Death House movie poster, and take a look at this. It's a very cool poster. And did they give you?
Well, the director.
Yep.
Oh, good. I'm sorry.
Oh no, please. I think you're probably going to answer what I was going to say.
Oh, go ahead. Well, go ahead and ask and all.
Okay, I was just going to ask if they gave you parameters of what they wanted, or did they kind of leave it completely up to you?
Basically, they gave me information and showed me, photos. I had talks with Harrison Smith. I mean, he's a hugely talented director, let me tell you. And he knows what he wants. I mean, if anybody hasn't ever seen any of his work, they should check it out. Like Camp Dread. I mean, that one is, amazing. But anyways, basically, I mean, I was supposed to just, run with my ideas and see what I could come up with. I ran ideas by him. We agreed on stuff and ended up turning into this. Very cool. So, it sounds like it's they let you kind of do your thing, but there was also some collaboration involved, which, Oh, yeah. Well, there has to be. Yeah, absolutely. No, but it came out great. It's a very cool looking poster. And how, if you don't mind talking about it, how did you get hooked up to do this? Did they find you? Did you reach out to them? It was just one of those accidental things. Yeah. So they knew my work. They liked it. We talked, and next thing I know, I was doing the artwork. Well, that worked out pretty nicely. So is this? Yeah, is this something? Do you see yourself doing more of this now? Have you gotten any additional attention from doing the poster? I'm working on some more movie artwork right now. Awesome, man. Cool. So, and also, but I also want to start. I'm working on some projects with some people, and basically, my artwork, it's based off of a whole bunch of different concepts that I have. And what we're doing is we're turning those into books, short stories with artwork. Oh, okay. So that's going to be coming soon. Very cool. That's awesome, man. So you have a lot of stuff going on, clearly. I mean, even aside from the tweet and watch events, you have your own artwork and you have a lot of collaborations going on. So, clearly you have a lot going on. And I guess the good thing is you can kind of sit and watch movies while you do art, right? Yep. So, which is good. It's good. But I mean, I'm excited about the collaborations though with these short stories, because it's one thing to go ahead and give people the visual of what's going on in my head, but it's another thing to be able to tell them more about the story. Yeah, definitely. Because a lot of my work has, backstories behind it. That's the thing. So, I mean, and what my goal is we're trying to go ahead and bring this twisted world of mine to, fruition. Yeah, yeah. So basically kind of imagine it like DC or Marvel Comics, but I mean, with the way that you've got all these different writers working on stories and everything, and I'm kind of doing the same. Instead of being comic style, it's going to be short story style, but with artwork. So basically, all these different books that are going to be coming are all interlinked together. So you're going to have characters. You're going to have characters that are interacting with each other. That from one book to another book.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, because that's the thing. Like like with DC Comics, they were able to do Batman versus Superman.
Yep.
But they can't. But like with horror, the thing is any of the collaborations, like where you do the like Freddy versus Jason, they try to mesh them up and they don't quite fit together.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not saying it wasn't a decent movie, but still, it just doesn't line up completely. Correctly.
No, I do know.
And the thing is, by doing this, all this will link up. But I mean, it's not. I mean, it's some pretty dark stuff. I've got some really dark pieces coming that might shock a few people.
Well, that's what we like.
Yes.
But as I say, but these guys, I mean, they are incredibly talented. So I'm really excited about this stuff coming up.
Yeah, that's some really exciting stuff for sure. Finley in the chat room says, "I can't wait to see some of the short stories Sean will be doing art for. That's very exciting."
But like the one guy, Nick Yonker, I mean, he is an incredible author, and he's working on it with me. And as I say, people should check out some of his stuff too.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like some fantastic stuff. And when you create your art, do you have a story in mind? Like, do you have a lot of this in your head already when you create these pieces, or does it kind of come together as you create them?
It depends, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes they just kind of pop in there. I mean, a lot of my work comes from my dreams and nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
So, and my night terrors.
Well, that's unfortunate, but I guess if there's good stuff that comes from it, hopefully you can kind of utilize that in for good, for powers of good, I guess.
Well, the night terrors are the roughest, so those are the ones that I really hate. Those are the ones I wake up. I call those are the ones I wake up from where I'm hurt from my dreams.
Yeah.
Damn.
I gotta ask, mostly because none of us really enjoyed this movie, but did you see the movie The Nightmare from Rodney Asher?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so it's like a pseudo documentary. It's basically these stories of people who have night terrors, and so I think what he does is he records the audio of them telling these stories, and then recreates those stories into like a film. So it's the same guy who did Room 237, the kind of Shining, the documentary about all the stories behind The Shining and all the crazy people and the theories that they have. So it was the same guy, but he did The Nightmare. I did not like it, but I've been told that people who experience night terrors and was it just night terrors, or was it like lucid
sleep paralysis?
Sleep paralysis. That's it. Okay. So, apparently the people who have suffered from that sort of thing got a lot more out of it. So I just was curious if you had seen that or not.
Well, the thing is with the night terrors, I just associate those with the ones where I wake up and I'm injured. Like the last bad injury I had was I messed up a disc between I think it was the fourth and disc 4 and 5. I think it was.
Oh man,
Jesus,
it's outrageous.
Yeah.
So so it sucks, but I'll tell you, the stuff I come up with, I'll just grab my phone and write notes down so I don't forget things.
Yeah, definitely. That it sucks to hear that, but I guess if it's a form of inspiration, at least you can use it for some sort of good. But it doesn't sound fun at all. It sounds like you're being visited by Freddy Krueger most nights.
Well, the thing is I mean, I'm used to it. I mean, this has been happening since, before I was in elementary school.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm used to it. I don't enjoy it, but I'm, used to it.
Sure.
As say, and people like the artwork and stuff. So, I mean, it's a win-win, I guess. But it's, as I say, it's not one of those, it's not fun though in that regard.
Yeah, the price you pay to have your imagination come up with the most fucked up things.
Well, people haven't seen anything yet.
Oh, nice.
Oh, shit.
Color me intrigued.
Yeah.
So, because the thing is, I mean, I've been keeping it mild.
Interesting.
So, I've decided to go ahead with some nudging. I've decided to go ahead and show some of my darker, concepts.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly interested in checking those out for sure.
But yeah, like two other authors that are helping me. Mike Knight Williams is one of them, and also a husband and wife duo are helping me out too.
Nice.
Chris and Kathy.
Okay.
Vanderkay, and I mean they're very, as say, everybody who's involved, I mean, is like a huge talent. They really.
I love when
And,
projects
also,
build communities. Like, I think that's an inherent. I love when projects build communities, and I don't know if you realize that, but this seems to be an inherent skill that you have, sir. Like, you make something and you build a community. You hold these town halls. Like, it's pretty impressive. It's not easy to do. Like, sometimes it's hard as an artist to get a person to do something.
Well, like the thing is, like with the channel thing, D is helping me with that and everything. I mean, there's a lot of people that are, that are great and wanting to help, do these different things. So it's really, and I couldn't be doing it without all these people.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, I think it's you seem like a very humble person too. You're certainly not hogging the spotlight. You're very, very quick to let everyone know that there's other people helping you out. And I think that's very cool. It's kind of, once again, a community thing where a lot of people are helping you to make this happen.
It's great. I mean, I say, I'm very thankful to all. And just like with the movie nights, every single person that, connects on movie nights, even the ones who don't tweet, they're still making it happen.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of tweets of people who be like, "Oh, sorry, I can't make it, but I'm still going to follow along because I want to see what people are saying," And I think it's very cool that you've created something that's definitely unique. I think as far as Twitter goes, I personally have never seen something like this. I don't know if it exists, but I think it's super cool. And
well, like they've done it with like Sharknado. I mean, different movie events.
Yeah.
But not like a regular. I don't think anybody's really doing it like a regular thing.
Yeah, and that's more what I mean is that it's a continual thing where people can actually make connections and people.
Well, actually, that's not true. Who's that guy called? There's a couple horror hosts that are doing it once a week, though.
That's cool. Yeah.
I cannot remember that one gentleman's name off the top of my head either. Sven Goli. I think.
Oh, Sven Goli, yeah.
Yes, he's really popular.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's cool.
So,
yeah, I didn't even know he was doing those, so that's awesome.
And then also Ivana Cadaver. She does it on, I think it's Saturdays.
That's great.
So, I mean, there are a couple, the horror hosts and hostesses that are, doing that. It's really cool, to see the stuff that's popping up over there and everything.
Yeah, and it's very cool because we a couple months ago, we talked to Joe Bob Briggs, and he's kind of like one of the, not one of the originals, but he's a classic horror host. And
he's awesome.
Yeah,
he is.
He's such a cool guy, man. Like, we got a chance to sit down and talk to him in person for about 20 or so minutes, and nicest guy, was very interested in what we had to say, which was very flattering. He didn't need to do that, but
sure. Right.
But he was kind of talking about how the horror host is changing, and it's not something that's strictly on TV anymore. And I think he actually might have referenced that Sven Guli thing. I remember he mentioned him in the discussion that we had, and so it is interesting to see how the role of the horror host has changed in even in the last 10, 15 years, and whether or not you want it, you're kind of it, man. You're one of the horror hosts now. Whether that's what you wanted to set out to do or not?
I'm just me and just kind of doing my thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like,
and that's the coolest part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've kind of been able to do this without really wanting to. You just, you just want to get people together and make a community and allow people to have fun doing it. And I think it's phenomenal.
Question about when you interviewed him, was he really getting drunk on the shows? Did anybody ask him that? That's something I've always wanted to know.
It didn't come up in our conversation. I would not be surprised.
I mean, didn't you guys ever wonder that too? I mean,
yeah, no,
it looked
sure.
like it to me.
Yeah, and I kind of regret not asking him about it, but yeah.
I'll have to send him a tweet and ask him, see if he'll answer me on it.
He probably will.
Yeah.
That's how we got in touch with him for the interview. We just basically tweeted at him, so he's very responsive. That's pretty funny, though. So before we start to wrap up here with you, I want people to go check you out, like on Twitter. And you obviously, I think there's a Facebook page as well. I'm not sure how active it is, but
All I do with Twitter is I have it connected. I mean, Facebook, I just have it connected to my Twitter.
Okay.
And shoot my tweets to it.
Gotcha. Okay, so people can, if someone doesn't have Twitter, let's say, or something, and they're on Facebook, then they can find you on there. But you really, to get the value out of it, you have to be on Twitter to follow the hashtags. That's kind of where the meat of the discussion is. So everyone out there, I want everyone to go follow Sean on Twitter, and also take part in one of his movie nights. Whether it's this month or if you can't make any of them this month, in October he's going to have them every single night. So there's no excuse when you're home, just hanging out, want something to do, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go ahead and look to see what Sean's doing on Twitter, and then follow along and play along at home. Is there anything else you would like to plug, promote, or discuss before we let you go here, Sean?
The only other thing is, folks should really check out Crypt TV and Crypt UK.
Okay.
They really are doing some really neat stuff. I'm involved with Crypt UK a bit, and I mean, it's really the stuff they're doing is really neat. A lot of really short films and everything, helping people make the short films. Now, Eli Roth is one of the ones who helped start it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, I mean, have you guys ever heard of Crypt TV?
No, I have not either.
Yeah, go check it out, crypttv.com, or check them out on Twitter. But Crypt UK is the London branch.
Okay.
Basically the UK branch.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're doing some really neat stuff too. Sydney Malick over there and everything. They're really some neat stuff.
Okay.
So, and I helped with Crypt. They did a mascot project called the Cryptographer, and I was one of the ones who helped with designing that character.
Nice.
So, and they're planning on him being at the at different conventions and everything.
Oh, okay.
But people really, I mean, should check it out, because they're really producing some really neat short horror flicks.
That's very cool.
So, if you like horror, you know what I mean, you should definitely, check them both out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely check it out, and definitely it sounds like it's right down our alley. So everyone out there probably is going to enjoy that as well. We have a couple more comments in the chat room. I'll read real quick. Jamie says, "Great interview, guys. Really glad to be part of this community." And Finley says, "Yes, follow Sean. Come hang out on movie nights. It's a blast, and meeting new people and making friends is great. Always a good time."
Awesome.
So you have some people who are very supportive and love taking part in these movie nights. So for everyone out there, I mean, obviously, we do the show from 9 p.m. till around 12:30, 1 a.m. on Wednesday nights. We won't be too sad if you are watching the movie in the background while you have us on, but on Wednesdays. But all the other nights, by all means, go check out the watch and tweets and hang out with Sean and everyone else. And if you could, Sean, one more time, just go ahead and give everyone the Twitter handle and any other social media you want to plug.
Just at OddNMacabre.
Cool, and that's for anyone out there that's odd, and then the letter N, macabre, just to be clear. So go ahead and search Sean out and you won't be able to miss him if you do a search. You'll find him pretty easily.
Hey, I did it, and I found him.
Yeah,
well,
me too.
That's a miracle.
Yeah.
If you guys found him.
Hey, I can work Twitter.
Well, I know you can. You can.
So can I. So can I.
So yeah, and it's I wish we had a little bit more time to talk about the incredibly satisfying and cerebral claw hold that is Baskin.
We can talk. I think there's some voicemails that may talk about it. So we'll still talk about it a little bit throughout the rest of the evening. But at this point, we've already. I know you're a busy man, and we've taken up a lot of your time, Sean. So we will bid you farewell. But let's do this again. Let's catch up sometime. Maybe just maybe during the October tweet and watches or something like that. Maybe we'll catch up down the road. Or if you have any other projects that you want to let people know about, by all means, you're more than welcome to come back. So let us know if there's a good time, and we'll make that happen.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. It's nice talking to all you guys.
Yeah, you too, Sean. Take care.
Thank you.
And
Thank
the best
you so
of luck,
much, man.
Best of luck with all the art and
Thanks.
everything. All right, bud?
Thanks.
All right,
Bye.
take care.
Thank you.
Super, super inspiring.
Yeah.
It's just so important because when we talk about horror conventions and stuff like that, it's just, and with this show and the Deadites and everything else, it's about building a community, and I just think I think it's the cat's BJ's.
Yeah, it's what he's done is very impressive, and he's got just I think under 50,000 Twitter followers right now, and he's got quite a following of people, and people just love these events. It's so cool. Like, even if I can't take part, I'm usually checking the tweets to see what people had to say, and and everyone is always so appreciative and thankful.
Yeah, I think that we are a super passionate lot as far as horror fans go and film fans go, and it's just great to get together and talk with like-minded people.
Yeah. We're a very humble group.
Well,
of
some
people.
of us.
Some of us not, but for the most part, we are very humble. We're very appreciative.
I may or may not have 4 or 5 portraits of myself in my house.
Yeah, right.
Humble egomaniacs.
Yeah. I didn't ask for them, but I enjoy them.
Still put them in the good spot.
Yep,
I did.
Every time I go to your place, I see them. I just shake my head. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Whatever. Just because nobody fucking ever painted you.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, where you going with that?
Yeah.
Where you going with that?
All right, so let's go ahead and play some voicemails.
All right.
Because we got a bunch of them tonight. I'm going to start out with our boy from the future, not Tim, from another future in Australia, our boy Dane.
Nice.
Hey there, Dane.
Oh, where's my paisan? Mickey Shadows. Hey, hang on a sec. Paulie, will you shut the fuck up? Watch your shows. I'm on the fucking phone, cocksucker. Anyway, Mickey. Oh, shit. Hey, Paulie, I got the voice message. Anyway, this is a burner phone, so it's all right. Just make sure you delete the message, huh?
Always.
So, Mickey Shadows, I heard you've been creeping through the shadows, working with Johnny Nice Guy out there.
Hey, I don't want to talk about it.
A few people's gone missing,
Nothing.
And if it helps to keep the lights on, you gotta do it, man. So, when I see you, I need to talk about that thing we talked about the other day.
The other thing?
We're gonna get that going. There'll be a few points in it for you.
Good.
Get a nice envelope on the reg.
What's a VIG?
It's gonna be good, man. And I was just calling because I need a favor. Johnny Nice Guy was telling me there's a little beef going on. Richie Baloney Tits, he was getting really pissed off at Mickey the Fag the other day. Hey, Paulie, shut the fuck up. Take your pills. Motherfucker, I'm on the phone. Oh, okay. Anyway, Uncle Paulie was saying you can't say Mickey the Fag anymore. You can't say fag.
You can't.
Johnny Nice Guy was telling him the other day. But anyway, it's not true anyway. He just, they found he had a cum stain on his shirt one day. It's just a joke. All right, I'll change it. So, Madman Mickey, and baloney boobs. They were having a beef, and it was over some stupid shit. Richie was actually gonna headbutt him back to the Stone Age, and but they managed to calm down a bit. It was over football or something. So I need you to sit down with those two and talk a bit of sense into them, paisan.
You gotta work it out.
Now, the other thing is we're having a get together on Thursday. You can bring the side piece. Gonna play some cards, shoot the shit.
Little bocce.
Anyway, and family get together on Sunday. Make sure you bring the gabagool, paisan.
Oh, sausage and peppers.
All right. This is Denny Danger. I'll speak to you soon, paisan. Take care, okay? Bye-bye.
Nice. We're going to get Louis the Mallet and Frankie the Spatulas coming over too.
Louis the Mallet.
I didn't even know where he was going at first,
know,
but
it's fucking
halfway
brilliant.
through, that became a brilliant voicemail that I need to go back and listen to now.
Yep.
That was the Nicolas Winding Refn of voicemails.
There's a lot of subtext in there. I was like,
And Frankie the Tuna.
yeah. That was pretty fucking good.
Oh, shit. That was amazing, Dane. Thank you, man.
That was great, man.
Baloney boobs.
Baloney boobs. All right, let's hear from our boy, First Time Mike.
Hey.
Damn.
What's up, Trick or Treat family? This is First Time Mike. Just in case it was not mentioned this episode, Neon Maniacs is a great movie. That's it. Good night.
You're not wrong.
That's all you need to say.
Now, see, Raven Shaw, that's how you do a film review.
We already fucking saw the movie. I just hated this one. But First Time Mike, though, it didn't get mentioned in the Chaos a few weeks back, but choice reading for Ralph Dibny. Check out the Identity Crisis miniseries.
Ralph Dibny? Is he related to Walt
What do you
Disney?
recommend in Justice League CSI to people? That's not good. Like,
No, it's what I said.
Send them some fucking classic satellite era stuff. That's Ralph Digby right there.
Yeah, he can get that in the stores.
Justice League Europe.
Hold on, Mars. You're gonna love this.
What?
So during the conversation, I'm just looking at Twitter, and so somebody tweeted at OddNMacabre and said, because they were listening to the interview, and said, Dog Soldiers is a fantastic movie.
That's true.
That's
very
Dee
true.
Dee says that.
Thank you, Dee Dee.
Dee Dee is right.
Helen.
Not Helen. Oh man. So awesome. First time, Mike. That was quick to the point. Neon Maniacs is fucking awesome. And
Yeah, it is true.
yeah, and we're honored and humbled to be called the Neon Maniacs of
It's true.
podcasting.
And Raven
from
Shadow's right.
Steven
It is
Scarlato.
good. It just, I don't know. Like you got dudes in that fucking super team that could hear time happen. Like, why are they just fucking running around solving a mystery?
Fair.
Scoop.
I think it's more like if you thought that character was a joke, you would adore him by the end of it. Or be
Yeah,
heartbroken.
you'd feel bad for him. Justice League Europe. That's another great Ralph and Sue Digby run.
Right, and not the 91 miniseries where it involves the Euro. That
No.
was not good.
Mm-mm.
That was bad times.
Hear that they're coming out with a breakdowns trade in 2 parts?
Are they finally doing that?
Yeah. What sucks is that they stopped at the 6th trade because they were gonna, I don't know, split it with Justice League International or whatever. But now they're fucking jumping to breakdowns. In February it comes out.
Because the last one I have, they did the Teal's Deed Imperative, whatever it was, where it was the Justice League Europe, and that stuff. So that'd be awesome. Cool.
So they did come out with Justice League Europe trades.
It was a combo.
Justice League International. Okay.
Yeah, because it was international and Europe. It didn't become America. No, it didn't.
It didn't become America until after Grant Morrison.
No, when after Max Lord left and Martian Manhunter went out of space, Superman took over America.
I thought that it was still Justice League International.
No, it was America, and Europe became international.
Okay, right. You're right. Yeah,
led by Green Lantern, Aquaman,
yeah,
Crimson Fox.
Yep.
So it's confusing.
Yep.
For your back issues.
Yeah. It's confusing for your trades.
Yeah, right.
Wait till I try to sell you on the Patreon podcast I want to do with you where break down an issue of Suicide Squad, and an issue of Justice League International.
Cool. Yeah, definitely.
Because they intersect 4 times over the course of that series.
Yep.
The problem is when you start getting into the Janus Imperative and Justice League Europe, it's going to get messy. But people give us $1.
Oh, we're gonna holla.
Jamie in the chat room says Deedee is correct. Best werewolf flick I've seen in years.
That's the truth.
There you
Mars,
go.
man.
Yeah.
You're in good company here.
There you go.
I think it's the best werewolf movie ever made.
Wow. See, where were you when fucking Patsy was talking about cows and not reviewing the movie?
I have no idea.
You should have fucking come in and hit him with your paisans. My paisans.
With your paisans?
Rufus and Ronaldo. My balsons.
He's got an acorn next to 2 basketballs.
Next to 2 Baskin balls.
Basketballs. Oh, shit. We're getting a lot of action on Twitter, man. This is awesome. Thank you, guys. Apparently, OddNMacabre has a lot of pull. I'm going to read this tweet early just because it's relevant, but Foggy, who was hanging out in the chat room earlier, says, great interview with the Deadites. Really looking forward to October. Are you the man, Sean? And Nick Yunker says, I'm watching this Trick or Treat Radio on YouTube, and they're fucking hilarious. Baloney boobs, Weird Wednesday. That was hashtag baloney boobs, by the way.
Oh, good. Good.
You got your own hashtag.
Good. Finally. At long last, my own hashtag.
It's baloney gumdrops. We should get that going, too.
Yeah. So I find it ironic that this dude,
thank you, Nick.
just fucking sitting there having weird nipples gets his own hashtag.
Yeah, right?
And big balls.
It's not,
My weird
It's
nipples
not like
and
I wrote some
giant
fucking songs or anything.
My
on some
weird
podcast.
looking, my
Fuck.
disturbing looking nipples
My
and
life
my
fucking
giant
sucks.
balls.
I talk about your balls a lot at the shop as well.
I'm not surprised.
I wrote a few things sometimes.
They talk about his balls in the shop.
Can I talk about that?
Yeah. Did that happen before we went on air with you talking about how often you talk about his hairless body at your job?
Oh, wait. We got it. Raven Shadow's got a hashtag.
Really?
Yeah.
For first timer, I really enjoyed the show and will definitely be back. Hashtag fuck this movie. That was from Foggy. Foggy Lungs, he's your boy.
Oh,
Hey.
my boy Fog.
That's Dirty Lungs.
Oh, shit.
They're like a Cornette era tag team.
We got hashtag baloney boobs and hashtag fuck this movie.
Again. I've misspent my time.
Marge, you spent all this time writing songs.
I got a blog.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, writing a blog,
Yeah.
writing comics.
Yep.
Go fuck myself.
You've been doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Bambaleo.
Yeah. I just lack a physical deformity or a terrible addiction.
You do have small hands.
I do have small hands. See, put your hands up right there.
Oh, Jesus, those are small.
Yeah, I told you.
How did I never notice when we did like a test of strength or something?
Huh?
I never noticed when we did test of strength.
Somebody who would do not you, really aggressive test of strength would always dislocate my knuckles.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who was that? Let me hear the dirt.
Nah, that's okay. Yeah.
Oh, it was him.
No.
Oh, okay.
You can literally on one tag team match, you can hear me going, "For the love of God, kick me." Like I see, like you could drive a Buick in between those shots. Please kick me.
To be fair, I didn't have my glasses on.
Yes. I was the pale thing and the only other thing around. If you at least hit the ref, you would hit something.
All right, well, let's hear now from
Baloney tits.
Dynamo's Boo.
He's not my boo.
Why? What? You guys break up?
Yeah. Rhymes with Lack Baber.
Lack Baber Jr. So you're upset because Jakey Poo does not like Zack Sabre Jr.
Each to his own, but he's running him amok. He ran Zack Sabre down so bad he injured Coop.
So catch as catch can't.
Yeah.
Hashtag catch as catch can't.
Catch as catch can. Did you ever see the back end on Zack Sabre?
Nope.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's hear from Jakey.
Trick or Treat Radio! It's good to be back.
Been a while.
Feedbacks. This is your boy, Sir Jacob Poop. Send you some feedback. Long time coming. I was wandering the wasteland. I was rudderless. I was directionless, masterless, causeless, all the lesses. And so I just wasn't sending you guys feedback. But as it turns out, all I need, really, is a weekly lucha wrestling program to get me back in my routine, because that's what I do. You know, it's Wednesday. I watch Lucha Underground. I send in feedback, and then I try to jump on the live show or in the chat rather. And Lucha Underground returns tonight. I jumped on the iTunes. I got the season pass. PSA: it's only $40 on iTunes to get all 40 HD episodes for season 3. So, and honestly, like, I don't use iTunes or anything else. I just want to support the thing because I love them. They're fantastic. So yeah, definitely pumped for that tonight. Definitely pumped to be returning to the feedback waves, Daddy.
Yeah, Daddy, I'm real happy.
Yeah, we missed you,
I want
buddy.
to give a quick shout out to I Am Not a Serial Killer, which is a VOD film that I watched a couple weeks ago. It's a horror film. And I was very impressed with it. I thought it was very interesting. It's definitely a flawed movie in many respects. I think some of those coming from the fact that it's an adaptation of the first novel in a series of novels, and there are certain storytelling avenues that it goes down that I think probably play out a little better on the written page than it does on the silver screen, so to speak. But it does a lot of interesting things, and I thought it's more thoughtful and more compelling than your typical just horror film that pops up on VOD, let alone one that, you know, deals with such cliched and contrived concepts as, you know, a troubled teen in a small town is obsessed with serial killers. You know, he may think he's a serial killer because he has these dark tendencies, blah, blah, blah. That all sounds like super corny and not very inspired, but the directions that the movie goes is very compelling. Even the trailer doesn't quite prepare you for the movie that you get, which is great. You know, it's nice that you come across stuff like that, and it's gotten a good amount of buzz, not like a crazy amount. But I hope you guys check it out, just because I think it'd make for a good conversation piece, because even if you don't walk away super enthusiastic about it, at least a good conversation will come out of it. So hopefully you guys get around to it. If not, you know, just go try to check it out. I think it's worth your time.
You talk, we listen, Daddy.
On the heels of Lucha Underground returning, I've got a lightning round of wrestling questions.
Good.
One for each of you.
Okay.
And they're pretty
here we go.
Random. So for
Mine's
each person,
not
you also
random.
have to remember which one it is, because I can imagine it getting confusing. So anyways, Michael Ravenshadow.
Yes.
I want to know if you had a professional wrestler as your de facto babysitter for your kids, who would it be and why? MZ.
I'm going to pause that.
At this point,
Ox Baker.
I don't know, who's the bad girl with the red hair? I like her.
The bad girl with the red hair.
Sasha Banks?
Yeah, I like her. She's the bad girl. They would enjoy that.
The boss?
Yeah, the boss. I like her.
Just pink hair.
I'm not sure what color it is.
You don't really care.
I don't care what color it is.
You mean the girl from Boston, right?
She's from Boston?
For Snoop Dogg's niece, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that her? Okay, yeah.
Oh, no, I think you talked about
He's
the
talking
one
about Eva Marie.
Eva Marie, yeah.
No, I think Sasha Banks. No, Sasha Banks. You just dropped the title?
That's
Yep,
a better
Sasha
choice.
Banks,
Yeah,
yeah.
better choice.
Yeah.
Okay,
She's
so
gonna
that's
break
who,
her neck.
that's who you want?
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next.
Then I could give her a tip after it was over.
Just the tip?
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next one.
If you had a professional wrestler to be the news anchor for your local news program that gives you all them hot takes about the audiences and how much they hate trailers and everything else that you watch the news for, who to be and why.
All right, so because Dynamo's cackling into the microphone.
We have breaking news. MZ is about to answer the question that was posed by Jakey Boo. Over to you, MZ.
Oh, God. So who would be doing my news? Oh man. Probably The Rock. I'd probably pick The Rock to do the news.
He doesn't come cheap, my friend. He's the highest paid actor in Hollywood.
It's local news.
All right, local news. Local
You'd
news,
be like
then,
on after two guys that talk on television.
Dave the Hammer Valentine. What was his fucking name? What did
Which,
people
by the
call him?
way, I think that show's still fucking on. I see those guys standing outside sometime when I'm on my way to the studio.
You could probably get the Maz.
You probably could get the Maz. The Maz's mask smells like pee. So.
If The Rock is too expensive, then I'll probably go with let's see. Let's go Stone Cold Steve Austin. Somebody with
okay. All right. That's
the road dog.
So yeah, Greater Media just breathed a sigh of relief.
All right, let's move on.
Dynamo.
Yeah.
Here's the situation. You have just written the best breakup song of your life. Which wrestler had you just dated and had your heart broken with?
If Ryan Gosling,
Yeah,
was a
Ryan
wrestler.
Gosling. Is Ryan Gosling wrestling?
Not B&B Hulk, because that'd just be a good time.
Kota Ibushi, Zack Sabre Jr.
Yeah, not Finn Balor or Kota Ibushi, because I knew they were out of my league the whole time, so I was lucky to be there.
Just happy.
So it would have to be Zack Sabre. I feel like he and I had a connection. He put me in the Yorkshire Terrier clutch over and over again. He methodically
really stretched you with it.
Yeah, he methodically did joint manipulation on me. He kicked me with his noodle, as Jakey said earlier.
Does he have blown a gumdrop nipples?
No, he doesn't. He has very nice nipples.
All right.
Zack Sabre's shaped like Spider-Man. I don't care what you guys say.
All right.
And then lastly, my boy, Johnny Wolfenstein.
Yo.
If you had an enforcer in studio every week, gratis, didn't cost you anything. If you had a professional wrestler that would be there to enforce your co-hosts getting in line when Dynamo mutes his mic and forgets about it, when Raven Shadow spills stuff or drops his headphones or whatever, who would it be and why? That's all I got, boys. You're the best. Can't wait to listen to the show. Peace.
Oh, it's big smooch.
Mr. Hughes.
Curtis Hughes?
Yes.
Trainer of, what's his name who fought Kota Ibushi there? The match of the year.
Cedric Alexander?
Yeah.
I'm going with Curtis Hughes.
Nice. You got an office.
Because he has experience. He'll just stand in the corner with his arms folded, wearing his glasses, and then I'll be like, Mr. Hughes! Mr. Hughes!
Somebody told me, or it was recanted to me, a great story about a tag team match, and much like the what was going on in the Neon Demon review, Shane Douglas had to take the whole fucking match because Mr. Hughes fell asleep on the apron.
Well, I didn't say he was a good wrestler.
But you probably
he's,
get
good, he's a good enforcer.
But Mr. Hughes will take care of that motherfucker in 2 seconds flat.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but you could be that motherfucker sometimes.
Yeah, it's true. Most of the time.
We could all be that motherfucker, except for John.
And let me just say real quick, since I know we do have some new people tuning in, they may not have heard earlier in the show, so I want to let them know where and how they can find the show. People who know the show, this is going to be redundant for you. But every Wednesday evening from 9 p.m. till 12:30 or 1, depending how late the show goes, we do the show live every single Wednesday night. We stream it live, and we review a movie, sometimes multiple movies, and we also have guests. We have crazy voicemails from our awesome listeners. And we also have some other segments. We do top 13 lists. We tell you about all the stuff that we've been digging. We touch upon a lot of pop culture stuff. We talk about music. We talk about comic books, occasionally some wrestling, things like that. So that is live on Wednesday nights. And then on Friday mornings, every Friday morning for the last 215 weeks, we drop an episode out on iTunes, Stitcher Radio, Google Play, and also our website, trickortreatradio.com. So if you missed the live show or if you want to just listen to it again, go check out the podcast at any of those fine places, and check it out. And tell your friends, and go to trickortreatradio.com, and you can see all the links for our social media there. We also have a Facebook group that's very active and very awesome. So all the links are there. So
for sure.
Just wanted to catch people who may be listening for the first time and let them know when they can find it again. So
right.
Were you going to say something, Dynamo?
No, I was also going to say almost the same thing you did. And for first-time listeners who don't know, you can hear Jakey Poo, that great caller, every single week. On a phenomenal podcast called The Cult of Muscle.
Yes.
They review 2 action films that are either somehow tangentially related or very directly related. And it's the fucking best. I love it very much. Don't always love Jakey Poo in the chat all day. That goes on all day long.
Oh, my God. That chat has been epic
The
lately.
private men's room chat.
Yeah.
I also have to thank Jake and CDR and who their guest was that week escapes me, but I was having trouble with something that I was designing on my role-playing game, so I asked them to create my NPC mercenary team for me, and they did, and it was fucking awesome. It was a question last week.
That's really dorky and awesome.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, so it was really good.
All right, let's hear from our boy Josh.
All right.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio guys, it's Josh from the Arkham Film Society here. Sitting in a parking lot in the Arkham car. I'm actually currently right behind the Coolidge Corner Theater.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
To come up here and drop some films off.
You drop some films off?
But so now that you know the super secret business, on to this week's movie review. So this week was the much anticipated Neon Demon. And unlike the last couple of weeks, I definitely enjoyed it. But kind of like what I said with some of the stuff in the last couple of weeks, I think this one is definitely going to take at least another viewing, if not more, to kind of fully take in certain aspects. I thought the film looked amazing, was acted wonderfully, found the score to be wonderful. I mean, of course, it was Cliff Martinez, but this one definitely delves into like a slightly different direction. It's still an electronic score, but it obviously borrows from elements of like classical music and especially some good 70s and 80s prog. There was a handful of very Tangerine Dream-esque moments.
I totally agree.
Moments.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And I really thought that was a wonderful fit for the film. And it was just great to see that they weren't just kind of rehashing more of the same. They were actually going with something completely different. Now, as for the story, it is very vague and simple, and that's why I feel it needs another watch. Unlike my complaints with the last couple of weeks' films, where it felt like at times they were too vague and maybe had left out key information that we needed to enjoy the film, you can tell that in some ways that was done with this, but on a much more intentional and specific level. So that, like, this was done in a way to force the viewer to kind of key in on certain things, to kind of go back and try to, pay attention to certain things. And maybe even after multiple viewings, nothing more will be explained. But I could just tell that there was just some very specific intent behind the vagueness. And while it may have been mildly frustrating, again, I think that was purposeful. So this, obviously, the Neon Demon is a treat. And it is definitely a recommend, but I will give the caveat that this is very much not a film for everyone. I mean, it is a film filled with vast expanses of dialogue-less, music video-esque scenery. And that combined with its very vague storytelling will probably turn off a large chunk of the viewing audience. So, I mean, this is definitely, a recommend, but for people who are fans of kind of more artsy cinema or, the more esoteric side of Refn's films. I guess I'll say, if you liked Only God Forgives, then you're kind of in the right boat for this a little bit more, I think.
Not so much.
Not necessarily saying that if you didn't like that, you won't like this, because I just think, okay, if you like that stylistically, then I think you're in, you know what you're getting into with this. But overall, wonderful, wonderful film, and I look forward to seeing it again. And I don't know what Refn is working on next. I know his name has been attached to a number of things, but very excited to see whatever he comes out with. So, yeah. Other than that, just a note, on my drive up here, I was catching up on last week's episode because I'm running a little bit behind. And right now, I'm in the middle of the Mars Monster Zero debate,
Oh, boy.
shall you say?
Yes.
That broke out in the middle of the podcast discussion.
Yep.
And it's very entertaining. It's getting me through my drive, quite well.
Should've been in the room.
I guess keep up the good work, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thanks, buddy. You just hit it with
That's
the
what our
pillow
listeners
again.
want. That's what they want. That's what we're
Yeah,
doing.
our listeners love it.
You got to give them what they want.
Thanks, Josh. We really appreciate it, bud. I'm glad you dug the flick, and glad that we could kind of make up for the last couple weeks. Melissa in the chat room says, loving that black shirt, MZ. Sexy. Hi, guys. Just got off work. And says, dying to hear what you thought of the flick. Guess I'll finish listening live, then go back.
We really fucked up Raven Chat, I think, really, at the end of the day.
What?
Like, where we messed up, we just didn't have, bodily mutations and the most plain clothes ever. We fucking blew it.
What?
I like that Hanes t-shirt, Monster
Hey.
Zero.
Oh, yeah. Black shoes, black tights, man.
Good thing I didn't wear
That's fucking Dro Dynamo.
Yeah, good thing I didn't. Yeah, thank you.
Wait, what about this shirt?
Yeah, thank you. That's a nice shirt. That's a good shirt, too. But,
But you're sending a message
at
to
least-
Nicholas with that shirt.
Yeah, at least somebody wrote some things on your shirt. Look at that.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yeah. Well, why don't you show it off, guys?
Thank you, creepy
look
girl.
Look at this. You're very handsome, guys. You look at this. For the people not watching live, this won't make sense, but these two are standing up and showing off their nice shirts.
Yeah, we look pants.
Pants?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, you guys are wearing pants?
We look like Quentin Tarantino's Laurel and Hardy.
That fucking shirt comes in packs of 3. My mom bought me this at Sears, man. Come on, this is nice.
It's one of a kind.
3 in a pack.
I'll have you know that I bought this off the deformity rack at Old Navy, so it's very, very nice.
Deformity. Yeah. Speaking of Melissa, since she's hanging out now, she left us a voicemail.
Hey.
Before we get to that, Los Atlantis says maybe Mars should smack himself with the handsome pillow.
Keep it coming.
Keep it coming.
Can we get a bigger one?
Does the pillow come in a bigger size?
Can we get the
Melissa
one
says he looks nice in black.
He looks nice.
As opposed to all of his other fucking... This dude is a very boring Crayola box, Melissa. He doesn't have a lot of colors that he goes to.
Doesn't have the sharpener, is what you're saying.
She does say Raven is always the sharpest dressed.
Ooh.
All right, let's hear from Creepy Girl.
Oh, hey, you guys. And it's so tiny on my phone, I couldn't see that it was actually recording. Okay, this is Creepy Girl. Woohoo!
Nice.
And I just wanted to give my 2 cents on the movie Neon Demon. I'm getting ready to go to work, and I will be working a 10-hour shift, so I won't be able to watch the show live. Boo-hoo, wah. I'm very sad. But I will listen later. So, It's called Neon Demon. As a woman, I really found this movie disgusting. I didn't really... I don't know. I don't want to say I hated it. I mean, there were some nice visuals in it, but I was very bored with their dazed speaking, like, hey, what's up? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
It was just like, yawn. I can't take that when they act like ditzes. They made women look stupid. And there's one scene where the girl is listening to another woman in complete distress, and she does nothing. Like, that's,
But did it happen?
I don't picture that. I think as a whole, this makes women look really bad. And that scene in the morgue was just, I don't know, that disgusted me. And it takes a lot to disgust me. I watched some pretty crazy films.
Disgusted me
But
too.
I don't know. I was just really disgusted with that. And then...
You wish you were the corpse.
Right.
And then the ending where they just, I don't know what's the word for it, but they just switched the whole focus of what character it was on, and it didn't feel right. It just felt weird. Like,
It was
I don't know.
bold.
The focus was on this one person the whole time, and then it's on someone else. I don't know. I felt like the movie really didn't have like a plot or an actual story. It just, I mean, it's pretty much, like it had a lesson. Like, I don't know where they actually were, but maybe like the Hollywood type or modeling or whatever eats people alive, and
Right.
They come in innocent, and I don't know, like all that stuff they say about Hollywood and modeling, that it was just kind of based on sayings about that. I don't know.
The 3 minutes. But first of all, I appreciate you calling in and letting us know what you
Right.
think, Melissa. And it definitely, I think she got a lot of what it was trying to say.
Yeah.
And she just didn't like it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And what I will say, and this might be an unpopular opinion, that this film did make those women look bad, but sometimes that's okay for women or men or fucking tigers if you watch a Raw.
It's also a very competitive thing,
Right.
So if someone's there to take your job, you're not going to be happy with them,
You could have that with if it was a sports movie or whatnot.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think I have a very concise way to say what I was trying to say to you before, Johnny. Took me this whole time to say it. I think that machine. I think those women always will eat up the new talent. I think that's the metaphor. I think that this girl was the even in death the new alpha predator. That was my take on it. Like I think they always do. I think that they do have a ritual, and that's what they would always do. But I think in this time they I'm getting distracted by Nagi right now.
As you should. And
I want to go home, please.
I want to go home in one piece. Los Atlantis says fucking Neon Demon, right, Melissa? And Raven J, I think he's referring to Raven Shadow, says he looks like a cool principal. Hashtag cool principal.
Mr. Raven Shadow, Mr. Raven Shadow.
Unless he means Mars, I don't know, but I think it's Raven Shadow.
You've been hit by a cool principal. He took me to the back room and he punished and I'm trouble. I had to write a word and do it on the blackboard 1,000,000 times. Johnny, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay, Johnny. Johnny, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay. Okay, Johnny. You've been hit by a cool principal.
Then he does that 75-degree leaning thing and writes on the blackboard.
Get a paddle, go skedaddle.
Then he grabbed a ruler, hit my knuckles like a buckle. Johnny, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay, Johnny. You've been hit by a cool principal.
Raven Shadow, you going to do that 75-degree leaning thing and right on the blackboard?
I'm working on that. October 15th at the
He threw me to the locker. He's a talker. Don't know what he said.
She told me he was a stalker.
It's Johnny, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay, Johnny. Johnny, that's not okay. Johnny, that's not okay. That's not okay, Johnny. Johnny, you're not okay. Gonna give you attention. That's not okay, Johnny. You're okay. You're okay. That's it. Okay. Everybody gives Michael Jackson a lot of credit, and I think to a degree, rampant animal weird pedophilia notwithstanding, he sometimes he would not actually have another verse. He would just sing the verse he was singing higher. So he'd be like, Johnny, are you okay?
Right, here you go. Okay? The line we all been waiting for.
You've been hit by a cool principal.
That was a long way to go for that punchline, but it was worth it. Oh shit!
He gave me some attention. It was detention.
The cool principal.
Johnny, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's not okay, Johnny. Johnny, that's not okay. Johnny, that's not okay.
Oh shit!
He showed me his collection. It was young kids and dead animals.
That took a turn.
That's his collection.
Yeah, his tiny shoes.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I don't know who he was talking about, but either way. You've been hit by a cool principal.
Oh shit! All right, let's.
He gave me some love with the sequence glove.
Let's hear from. Let's hear from First Time Mike again. Oh shit!
This is First Time Mike. How's everybody doing?
Hey!
Want to talk a little bit about Baskin tonight and a little bit about Turkish movies for a bit. I watched Baskin again this weekend because I know you guys were going to talk about it, and it's still a really fun movie. It was in a thought I had while I was watching it, and when I first watched it, I had a good Fulci feeling, and then this time. When I was watching it this weekend, I'm like, if this movie would have came out in the 80s or, God forbid, the 90s, how different we would have seen it. We probably would have seen either a heavily cut version of it or some distributor would have brought it over and cut in a lot of American scenes or different scenes like they did with a lot of Euro horror. I mean, especially like when they took Zombie Holocaust and made it into Dr. Butcher MD. I mean, Baskin probably would have been called like the House of Hell, and they would have had a couple of American actors that had nothing to do with the Turkish cops, and I think it would have been a lot different, a weaker movie. But we live in an age today where a bloody horror movie with subtitles not only gets an uncut release, it gets a beautiful print or something you can watch streaming with a touch of a button and a subscription to Shudder or Netflix or whatever you're watching. Just a little thought there.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Another book I'd like to recommend for somebody, if that's for an exposure to like world cinema like this. I know MZ's mentioned it once or twice. I can remember Mondo Macabro by Pete Toombs. It's available on Kindle now for $7 or $8. And I remember I had a copy of the book from the library before that. All the pictures of the nude women got cut out by some sick people. And no, I was not one of the people that cut out the pictures.
That's amazing.
But it's a great overview. It has a good chapter on Turkish movies, and it goes into some of your sillier aspects, like how a lot of Turkish movies would take copyrighted characters, or like Three Dev Adam, where you would have Captain America and Santo versus an evil Spider-Man. And it was all played straight and kind of brutal. It's interesting, it's an interesting bit of world cinema that came out before you really had access to movies like Baskin today, and it was that was one of my exposures to the wild cinema of different countries. So I recommend Mono Macabro too. Everybody have a good night. Again, thanks for listening to my rambling. Y'all have a good night.
Right.
Bye.
You're the best man.
Oh, that's not rambling. That was fucking awesome.
I wish somehow that dude
Thanks,
could,
dude.
find a Pegasus or something and come hang out with us at Rocket Rockets.
Maybe we could buy him a Pegasus.
I don't know.
Fundraiser.
Yeah.
Fundraiser, yeah. Just what we need, another fucking fundraiser.
Yeah. This time for a mythical figure.
Just put in part of your principal salary.
Well,
All right. Moving on. I want to get through these voicemails because.
Okay,
we're
one
running
second.
late. Oh, yeah.
No, super 1 second. I just, if anyone does want to hear us talk about Baskin at length, they just can go check out Trick or Treat Radio episode 193.
Yep.
Wow, is it that long ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, we definitely give it its just due.
Yeah, we dig into it pretty deep, and also, like you said, El Goro had a great episode about talking about it as well.
And I have the feeling you're going to be hearing about it in the first show in January.
Ooh, January. That's a long time.
Well, yeah, well, we can't make our year-end list now.
All right, well, let's hear from Dane again. Dane's got, I think he's going to talk about werewolves, which I fucking love.
Dane's getting serious. Dane!
I love hearing this dude talk about werewolves.
I do too.
What's up, Trick or Treat Radio?
What's up, Dane?
G'day, mate. And I've run out of Australian cliches,
Aw.
so I'm just going to say g'day. Just going to talk a little bit more about werewolf movies. Just let me know if you're still digging it.
I dig it.
Man. Dig it already.
But Johnny asked about my 5 top werewolf movies, so I'll just quickly give those. 1, American Werewolf in London, of course. 2, The Howling. 3, The Silver Bullet.
Nice.
4 is Bad Moon, the one with the dog.
Yeah.
And the uncle.
Mhm.
He chains himself out in the forest. Pretty good little werewolf movie. And 5 is a bit left field, but it's just a fun movie. Teen Wolf.
No, it's the fucking mountain.
And just going to talk a little bit about
It's number dose in my book.
American Werewolf in London again. Just some little things I picked up on there. I'm going to say one of the great things that John Landis does in this movie is keeping the monster hidden for the first part of the movie, where you just see little glimpses of it and you don't see the full monster till at least halfway through. I think this works well in horror movies. There's another way to do it where you just see the full monster. That sort of works in different ways, but I think it builds the suspense. And if you've got good creature effects, it's good to hold off on showing the monster. It's sort of similar thing happens in Alien and Jaws. And there's something that he does with the not seeing the monster at the start, the initial attack, which I think is pretty brilliant. So in these werewolf movies and monster movies, a lot of the time, you'll have them in a forest. You'll have the monster in the dark forest with mist and, you know, the moon shining through. There's some light rays coming through the canopy and that sort of thing. And you'll see or hear sort of the outline of the monster on the periphery. And so you're not seeing the actual thing, it's just suggested, which tends to be more scary. And what Landis done was he removed the forest altogether and just had the mist there. So that sort of line of where you can't see the monster, it's just out of reach, but you can maybe see its outline or you can hear it. I call that the threshold, because I've been doing a bit of creative writing off and on over the years. So here, like, just a little idea that I have. So Landis uses just a mist, impenetrable mist as the threshold where the werewolf is circling around them. They can't see it, they can hear it
Also very
growling, and there's that part where they hear it growl slightly and they go, oh shit, it's right in front of us. You know, it's just such a scary moment. I thought that was brilliant. And just another thing on American Werewolf, I like how there's a animalistic nature to him afterwards, where you might say that after he wakes up, the only friend he has is the nurse, but really there's not much to the romance that they have. There's not much build up to it. It's just she is sort of instantly attracted to him, and it's like a suggestion of animal magnetism. And you know, they go on and she looks after him, but really the doctor is the one who is inquisitive about him and goes to visit the town where he was attacked and realizes that something is not right. Like, obviously he doesn't think that it's a werewolf, but he thinks it's some sort of a trauma has occurred which is still affecting him. It's a good little subplot there. And there was the part where he wakes up in the wolf pen at the zoo. There's the part about the cat hisses at him and animals bark. I think a dog barks at him at some point. It's a familiar trope of werewolf movies. And the dream he has where he eats a deer and he's like chewing on its flesh. I think it's all great, all that sort of animalistic side that comes out. So yeah, let me know if you want to hear any more about werewolf movies. Have a good show.
Thanks.
Yeah, man.
See you, bub.
Love it. And great top 5 list there. And clearly American Werewolf in London is a very impactful film for you. And, I can hear the passion. I love hearing it.
I'm excited, and a great new edition is coming out shortly.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Melissa was asking how come he gets to talk more than 3 minutes. And that's because most people send in voice memos. You can do it however you want. Obviously, we like to keep them close to 3 minutes if we can. If it goes over, it's okay. We're not gonna freak out unless the show's running too late. But you can just go ahead and record a voice memo on your phone and then email it to podcast@trickortreatradio.com. So just keep in mind, we like to keep them around 3 minutes.
But we definitely solicited some information from Dane.
Yeah, preferably under 5, So if you want to do that, Melissa, feel free to do that, and you can just email it to us. So cool. Well, thanks, Dane. We appreciate it, buddy. We have one more voicemail. It's just called Transcribe This.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Trick or Treat Radio. This is Helen calling. I have raped and killed Josh and taken the Arkham chopper, and I'm coming for you, Mars.
Whoa!
After all the terrible shit you said about me last week, I'm gonna come and I'm gonna get you. You fucking hear me, Mars? I'm gonna take that fucking hate-filled little cock of yours and I'm gonna suck it. Do you hear me, Mars? I'm coming for you.
Wow.
Now look, all that shit you said about me, it was mostly correct. But all that terrible shit, just because it's correct doesn't mean you should say it. You understand me? So that's just unacceptable. So I want you to stop saying things like that about me, even though it's mostly all true. I'm 25. I'm fat. I'm a male who identifies as a female, and my other kin is a muskrat. And so don't make fun of that. It's not cool, man. So I'm gonna come there, and before I kill you, I'm gonna suck that problematic little cock of yours, little Mars bars. And now that Monster Zero, watching like Cannibal Holocaust and those old movies, like those old movies where people don't have cell phones, like what kind of bullshit is that? You shouldn't be watching that shit, man. It's like, I like when you guys review new movies because like people have cell phones and stuff. So like that's a lot better. Like those old movies fucking suck. So look, Monster Zero, what you're gonna do is you're gonna hold Mars's gut while I suck his tiny little hate-filled cock. You hear me? So that's what you guys can expect to look forward to when I show up at the studio. So I hope you're ready. So I'm gonna like have all the empty threats and stuff, and I'm coming for you, Mars.
Wow.
To date?
You gonna date with Helen?
Let me clarify, by the way. I didn't even think that would come off that way. I wasn't saying anything bad about anyone that identifies as being a woman or anything like that. I was speaking to the weirdos that predatorily, I guess I'll say, or strangely, make female identities online. And
okay, I misunderstood. I didn't understand what you meant. So a dude who makes a female identity,
right? Like to trick people into thinking it's a girl. For
okay.
How could I word that? Like,
was that even said? I don't remember that.
Yeah, he did say that. I thought he meant something else.
No. I don't care. I don't look.
I know you don't care.
Look who you're fucking talking to.
All right, so that is it for voicemail. Thank you, Helen. I don't know how you listen because you don't like audio podcasts.
Hey, listen, folks, I'll bang you no matter what you think you are.
It's true,
Wednesday.
we will. That's Sunday afternoon.
Right.
All right, so we got an email from Raven J. He says, "Hey, it's Raven Retro 3 watching live right now. I was wondering if I could put in a cheap plug for my friend's band. It's called Black Deep White. Here's a link to their latest video. So let me go ahead and click on this link, and we'll play a little bit of it, man.
Yeah, dude.
I appreciate the tip, and
I love it.
2 seconds in, Mars loves it. So this is Black Deep White, and it's a friend of Raven J's.
Yeah, I like it.
Dig it.
Hopefully we don't get dinged by YouTube with this, but
yeah. Nice synth line, see? They're fucking committed to it.
Yeah.
They didn't put it low in the mix, like...
It's there.
Yeah. There's a thing that's happening in some metal now that, like, they're, they still see Rob Zombie sells records, so they're afraid to totally move away from it. But they're putting it super low in the mix. You can't tell what it is.
The synths?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking mean it.
I wonder if Joe Spinell is going to be in this video. I see some dolls.
This reminds me
some
of...
mannequins.
This reminds me of some is Deadsy.
Yeah, I could see that. Even the look of them a little bit.
Yeah. Like Deadsy.
Cool. So that is a little bit of Black Deep White. Yeah. The name of the track is Invisible. And that is a recommendation from our buddy Raven J from the Retro 3, a.k.a. Retro podcast.
Man, I feel bad if anybody thought that now. I feel terrible.
And he says, I'm just trying to get them a bigger audience.
Yeah, do it.
And he also says, that chick you guys had on was on the money with her review, means Jenny. I haven't seen the movie myself, but she called out bullshit on it, and it was awesome to hear that brutal honesty. Not sure who reads this, but Johnny, your review was the most grounded and made me want to see it the most.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks. If you can plug the band for me and let me know an address to send stuff to, I have some cool stuff to share with y'all.
That brutal honesty is not as fun at like 3 p.m. at the coffee shop, I'll tell you that.
Well, that's fucking cool. Thanks, Raven. Raven's got some cool stuff to share with us. And
That's awesome, man.
I have we have some stuff that we're gonna send to you, obviously, because you bought a CD. So that will be going out shortly. But I'll definitely get back in touch with you about the address. That's very kind of you, man. Thank you very much, and thanks for sharing Black Deep White. I dig it, and other people should go out there and check it out if you like it.
Tell them to get in touch with us. We'd love to talk to them on air.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we got another email. Let me pull this up. This is from Mark, the other Mark that was hanging out in the chat room. What do we call him?
Drive Jacket Mark.
Drive Jacket Mark. Yeah. We might need to do DJM or something like that. But the subject is ball licking. And he says, "Hey, you guys, I've been listening to the show for about 6 months now. Think I found you through Outside the Cinema or Agora. I just felt you should know that what you're doing is great. What I mean by that is a dude in a small town in Australia who loves movies can listen to your show and feel like someone has the same taste as him and feels like he's sitting around talking shit about movies with people he likes.
Sure.
What I'm saying is that you guys are doing a good thing. I don't know how big your audience is, but some nights I come home from work, I'm a nurse dealing with dying people, and I laugh along with you, and that's a service to mankind. Your show is different than the other podcasts I like. It feels like sitting down with friends and dissecting the crazy shit we love. And that's a good feeling when you come home at night, when you've just been dealing with people dying, or you've been dressing wounds because someone has been scratching themselves to death. That happened last night. I had a hard time last night and came home and listened to you guys and had a laugh listening to one of your older episodes, and I felt stress-free after. So thanks.
Wow.
You're doing a great job. And just as an aside, give Raven Shadow a break. He tries to try. Thanks."
See, and he's like a medical professional. Okay? You know what I mean? He fucking knows.
If that's the kind of ball licking you want to give us, Mark, anytime,
Yeah.
man. Drive Jack and Mark.
Sure.
We love it. Thanks
Raven-
so much, man. That's super. That means a lot to all of us.
Raven Shadow will call you down to the office for a little loving.
Cool principal. You've been hit by a cruel principal. Oh, shit. So I think that is it for email. Let's see here. Yes. That is it for email. We have a lot of tweets, mostly because of the Wednesday, the Weird Wednesday. So I may actually skip tweets because I'd have to go pretty far back because there's a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah, there's a lot because of Weird Wednesday. So I'm gonna skip tweets, but if you did send us a tweet, I do appreciate that, and we will get to it next week. But I think it's going to do it. We're past 4 hours. It's almost 1:30 a.m. Yeah. We had a fucking jam-packed show, but it was awesome. We had Jenny here. Yep. We talked the Neon Demon. We talked to Sean. We heard from Can Evrenol.
Yeah.
How fucking cool was that, man? Yeah. Jesus Christ. I really hope we can connect up with that dude. It's just tough with him in Turkey.
Yeah.
And the time difference. He's in the future, And it's not like as far in the future as Tim is, Tim from Korea. It's like 7-hour difference. So right now it's like 8 a.m. for him. So
let's give him a call.
He's waking up.
Yeah.
Have you learned anything from our text conversations?
Yeah.
Don't do that. That's bad.
Thankfully, you have notifications for Facebook turned off because you'd be pissed at the gentleman's conversation that we've been having.
Yeah. No. Spoiler alert, it's not turned off.
All right, so MZ, you didn't say it last week. Why don't you say goodbye to the folks?
Arrivederci, douchebags.
Raven Shadow.
You gotta go. I gotta go now.
Mars.
Remember, children, wherever you go, there you are.
Everyone, thank you for tuning in. I know we had a lot of new listeners tuning in tonight. We really appreciate it. You guys want to check us out every Wednesday night at 9 p.m., and then the episode drops on Friday mornings. We really appreciate you guys hanging out and for tuning in. Thanks to Sean. Thanks to Can Evrenall. Thanks to everyone that tuned in. Thanks to Jenny Isme. Thanks to everyone in the chat room. You guys are the best. We'll see you next week. Oops. Still have the band playing. That's not what I wanted.
You guys are very talented.
All right, see you guys next week.